Welcome everybody to the Town of Los Gatos Council meeting of March 6th. It is 7 o'clock, so I'd like to get started. If I could have a roll call, please.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Barbara Spector.
Here.
Councilmember Mariko Sayak.
Here.
Councilmember Marcia Jensen.
Here.
Vice Mayor Steve Leonardis.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Rob Rennie.
Here. Thank you. So if I could ask our pledge leader, William Kramer, to come up, please. And if you could come stand here, William, I'm going to tell everybody a little bit about you. So you're a third grader at Van Meter. You like to play basketball. It says you dribble 1 to 2 miles from school each day. That's a lot of dribbling. You must be really good. You go between your legs and around your back. Not up to that yet? Maybe that you can work on that. It says you love to be outside, I guess while dribbling. Also hiking, camping, swimming, tide pooling, that sounds fun, boogie boarding, and biking. I like to bike too. And it says for community service, you do Boy Scout service projects, picking up trash around town and at school, and you walk to school every day to save gas. That's really good. I save gas because I have an electric car, but walking's just as good. So we're going to turn it over to you. If I could ask everybody to stand, and we're going to have William lead us in the pledge. Here you go. And the flag's over there. So go ahead and start.
Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That was great. Okay. Shake Marcia's hand and then Steve's hand and come back this way. Did you get Marcia? Okay. And this is a gift for you. And then go ahead and shake Mariko's and Barbara's. And then Barbara. All right, thank you. So you can, thank you. You could head back to your seat. Good job. All right, so next up, I'm going to do a presentation to the Red Cross. I don't think I see the receiver here, do I? Sure do. Oh, Dueno's going to be the receiver. That's great. Standing in for Jim Yoke. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and read our proclamation. There's a lot of good stuff here, so I'm going to read it all. It'll take a couple minutes. So March is American Red Cross Month, and it's a special time to recognize and thank our everyday heroes, those who reach out to help people in need. American Red Cross heroes help disaster victims recover. They give blood to help hospital patients. They brighten the day of injured service members. They step forward to help someone having a heart attack. And we'd like to remember our heroes of Los Gatos who help people in need. They work tirelessly to assist their neighbors when they need a helping hand. Every 8 minutes, the organization responds to a community disaster, providing shelter, food, emotional support, and other necessities to those affected. It collects nearly 40% of the nation's blood supply, provides 24-hour support to military members, veterans, and their families, teaches millions life-saving skills such as lifeguarding and CPR, and through its Restoring Family Links program, connects family members separated by crisis, conflict, and mitigation. We dedicate the month of March to all those who support American Red Cross mission to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies. Our community depends on the American Red Cross, which relies on donations of time, money, and blood to fulfill its humanitarian mission. Therefore, let it be resolved that I, Rob Rennie, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the town of Los Gatos, do deem it appropriate and do hereby proclaim March 2018 as American Red Cross Month and encourage all Americans to support this organization and noble humanitarian causes. And what better person to receive it than our former Los Gatos police chief, our captain. Would you like to say a few words?
Yeah. I'm honored to be here to represent the Silicon Valley chapter of the American Red Cross. And it's been extremely, if you've seen the news, that the disasters that occurred in this country and our state in the last year have been tremendous. And over 150 people from your local chapters have been out deployed to the hurricanes that hit America. Over 75 were up in Santa Rosa helping out the people in need, and we were also at over 50 people working the floods in San Jose. And right now we're got a big program going on where we're putting smoke alarms in a lot of people's homes throughout the valley that probably normally could not afford to do it or would have the resources to get it done or have somebody do it for them. So the Red Cross, you know, of the blood drives that are out all the time, that's what we're very noticeable, but there's a lot of stuff that goes on that people don't know about, and it's a great program. I've been a volunteer for 12 years. I've deployed over 40 times to disasters throughout the United States and territories. So it's a great organization, and I'm very honored to be here to be able to accept this. And I thank you.
Congratulations. Let's get a picture.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Thank you, Dueno. Okay, so next up is our closed session report. We didn't have a closed session today, but we had one last week, I think it was.
Yes.
Mr. Schultz.
Good evening. Yes, council met in closed session on February 28th to discuss labor negotiations with the 3 employee bargaining units. No action was taken that requires reporting under the Brown Act.
Thank you. Okay, so next up is council and town manager matters. Let's start with Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had no committee meetings, but I did meet over the past couple of weeks with members of our business community.
Thank you. Councilmember Sayak.
Okay, since our last regularly scheduled meeting, there was an executive board meeting of the Cities Association where we discussed the upcoming agenda. Of note, at 6 o'clock on Thursday, we'll be going over upcoming state legislation, which includes SB 827, and we'll also have a discussion on SB 50 and 100.
Thank you. Since the last council meeting, the first thing I did was get over the flu. Actually, I didn't quite get it over because the next day I was judging at the Lions Club the speech contest. They wanted the mayor and the former mayor to do judging. And then I attended the EOAC, that's Emergency Operating Area Council, where I represent the West Valley and South County in the county. And on February 23rd, I attended the Traffic Solutions Summit put on by the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. That day, I also did a ribbon cutting for Comfort Keepers. And Comfort Keepers, they were not quite in Los Gatos. They were on Samaritan Boulevard, very close, but they provide services to Los Gatos, and it's for-profit home elder care of various sorts, so a good organization to put on our infographic for our senior goals. I also attended, I guess it wasn't lunch, just a meeting with the new Silicon Valley CEO and the new chair. I was the outgoing chair, kind of helping to get everybody oriented. That was on the 27th. On the 27th, I also attended a meeting with our town manager, the mayor, and our chamber director to discuss items in town. And I also attended on the 28th the West Valley Mayors and Managers meeting with our town manager. Most of the meeting was a discussion and presentation of the RIDE program, which is also related to our 4 senior age-friendly goals of mobility. That was presented by the West Valley Community Services, which are doing a major part of the managing of that pilot program. I also did a ribbon cutting on March 3rd for the Southern Kitchen, which had their 25 years. Congratulations to them. Supervisor Wasserman attended with me, and he told me that he has gone there 160 weeks in a row, missing only 1 week. I was pretty darn amazed, actually. Also on the 3rd, I attended the Police Foundation Ball, which is a fundraiser for sort of extras that our police police department probably can't fit into their budget. And of significance, we, at the ball, raised $8K to train our new team of, I believe it's Officer Freeman, and our new dog. So the foundation is funding the training of our new K-9 team, and I guess she's our first K-9 officer also. Our female K-9 officer is what I meant. And then also on March 6th, I guess that's today, I attended the Silicon Valley Legislative Committee. And that's it for me. I have a long enough list. I have Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. At this time, I have nothing to report.
Thank you. Councilmember Jensen.
This past Monday, I went to meet with the Executive Board of the Chamber of Commerce and discussed with the members of the board different ideas for the downtown core, including possibly a business improvement district.
Okay, thank you. So, town manager matters?
Thank you. I have nothing to report, but I'd like to introduce to you Shannon Lombardo, who will do our next Our Town.
Good evening, Council. My name is Shannon Lombardo. I'm a deputy clerk in the town manager's office, and I will be presenting tonight's Our Town regarding boards, commissions, and committees. So the boards, commissions, and committees are advisory to the town council. They're going to identify issues that interest the community. They're going to gather and analyze information and make recommendations to the council. They're also going to serve as an intermediary between the public and the town council. There is currently an adult and youth mid-year recruitment happening right now. The application deadline for adult boards and commissions is March 23rd at 5 p.m. and the interviews will take place on April 3rd, also at 5 p.m. The youth commissioner annual recruitment application deadline is May 4th, also by 5 p.m., and the interviews will be on May 21st. And if you need or want any more information about boards, commissions, and committees, you can always stop by the clerk department. There's also the email address and phone number listed on this slide, and Shelley and I are also available to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you. So next up is our consent agenda. Would any member of council wish to remove an item from the consent agenda? Seeing none. Would any member of the public wish to remove one? I don't see anybody coming forward. Do we have any cards for consent? Seeing none, I'm okay. I'll close that and come back to council for a motion. Councilmember Jensen.
Move approval of the consent calendar consisting of items 1 through 4.
Okay, I have a
Second.
motion. I have a motion and a second. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Looks like it passes unanimously. So next up is verbal communications, and verbal communications is an opportunity for members of the public to address us for 3 minutes on items not on our agenda. They'll have an opportunity later to talk about items on our agenda. So far I have one card for Bob Burke, so please come up and tell us what's on your mind.
Thanks for calling me up. As shown by photos submitted to the town in various proceedings, rush hour traffic in Los Gatos already exceeds street capacities on Los Gatos Boulevard, Lark, Los Gatos Saratoga Road, and Santa Cruz. We have 4 rush hours, AM, lunch, after school, and PM. For commercial developments, the trip generation fees are still dramatically undercollected by use of invalid, outdated ITE traffic analysis methodology, which is based on outdated studies that average 38 years old, thereby materially understating the traffic impact by ignoring all the trips generated by such as employees that enter the office, stay for a meeting, leave, and then are replaced by 2 or 3 more trips by other employees as they return or arrived throughout the day for meetings, and and they occupied the same desk for an hour or two. The ITE method ignores all but 2 of 4 rush hours and does not actually specify reporting on the exact rush hour, but blurs the rush hour into a period of 2 hours and really does not pick the actual peak traffic bucket, as it's known as. The ITE traffic study method, as presently used by Los Gatos, is strongly biased in favor of developers by allowing underreporting of trips generated and therefore trip charges assessed to the development, thereby pushing the cost of infrastructure improvements, the development's trigger, to Los Gatos residential voters. At this time, too few of the needed street infrastructure jobs have been worked, and there's a significant backlog worth, I've been told, tens of millions, and we're all suffering from traffic delays as a result. Town policy allows 3 other traffic study methods to be used, authored by San Jose, San Diego, and Caltrans. Their method is to determine what improvements are needed to support traffic from new commercial developments now and in the future, and assess a fair fraction to each development. The trip fees from such a method are several times higher using this method. And as a resident of Los Gatos, I just need to express that I oppose the continued use of the ITE practice and hope the town will reform the traffic engineering study methodology. Any questions?
Thank you. Yeah, let's see. I don't see any questions. Thank you, Mr. Burke. I expect we'll see you again in 2 weeks.
Thank you. You will.
Okay, I don't have any more cards. Would anybody else wish to address us on an item not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, so I'll close the public testimony, double checking I didn't get a verbal card, and go to item number 5, which is our summer cut through traffic, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Morley to tee us up with a staff report.
Thank you very much. Matt Morley, Director of Parks and Public Works, here to talk to you about our summer cut through traffic plans for this coming summer and to look for some guidance from the council. Wanted to highlight a few of the things that are currently ongoing in terms of projects, and we talked about these at our last study session, but I think it's important to acknowledge the work that the council's authorized and staff is moving forward with. This includes a corridor study of Highway 9, which is directly impacted by our cut-through traffic, looking at safety and improvements, potential improvements along that corridor that will come back to you in short order. We are continuing to work on the roundabout at Wood Road, as was directed by council. And again, Caltrans has the initial information there, and we'll be providing feedback in terms of the permitting process and how to move forward in the best method that way. We've also, as a result of the study session and the conversation, the ideas that the council had and with Senator Bell, have begun discussions with VTA about opportunities for improvements along Highway 17 to increase efficiencies. And that has what I'll say is good momentum behind it, and VTA was open to it. The push from Senator Bell has certainly been helpful. And so we're excited about the opportunities to move our Highway 917 interchange up in the priority list and to expand that to include some efficiencies along the freeway. And of course, the council will have ample opportunity to discuss that in terms of scope of the project and provide direction to staff on what that might look like as we start to firm that up. That is tied directly to the Measure B funding, so we're waiting for the Measure B funding to break loose, and then for VTA to lead us through resetting priorities in the next budget cycle. We've also, as we talked about previously, had conversations with Caltrans on changeable message signs, and they're open to that discussion, so we're working with them on that concept for this coming summer. And of course, the downtown one-way streets will be something that you showed interest in at the study session, and we'll bring forward through the budget process for your consideration. So those are the things that are in process. Looking forward, there's another summer coming soon, and so we wanted to take a look at the cut-through traffic and how that's going to impact us. Wanted to reemphasize, as we always do, that There's no evident easy solution that we've identified that will solve the problem, so we're looking at incremental mitigation of the traffic impacts. Some of these will have trade-offs and other impacts as we've seen, and so I'm sure that'll be a big part of the discussion tonight. A couple of the items that we've thrown forward is the continuation of the South Santa Cruz Avenue temporary closure at Wood Road. We had some discussion at the study session again on that particular item, and of course, that's the main item that we're looking for guidance from the council on for tonight. There were several additional ideas that were identified in the staff memo, including implementing a new idea of left turn restrictions on University Avenue, heading southward onto Highway 9. That would only be something that we would recommend if the council decides to put the closure in place. The idea with that is that if those left turns are closed, the apps would not direct traffic to that location because there is no way for our traffic to get to the freeway for access. So it relies on the apps acknowledging that closure. We also looked at addressing neighborhood street turn restrictions, and again, this is connected to putting the closure in place and most effective there. And this would address some of the biggest concerns that we had over the last summer on streets such as Englewood and Cherry Blossom, where traffic was making its way through the residential streets. These restrictions would also impact local residents, so there is that impact that we talked about there. And again, it relies on the apps incorporating the turn restrictions to limit the traffic from going there. So this isn't successful unless the apps pick it up and keep the traffic from coming to that particular location. If we go forward in a direction that does not include a closure on Wood Road, we would recommend consideration for temporary street closures in the Almond Grove area that we've done in the past on Masal and Tate, and potentially on Ridgecrest in Montessorino, to keep traffic from taking the shortcut through the Almond Grove area and impacting those neighborhoods as other neighborhoods have been impacted. We have heard good and bad comments on that from residents, so again, it has its advantages and its disadvantages in that it keeps residents from making those same turns as well. There have been some ideas that have come up routinely that we haven't considered, and that includes things like permits for town residents, or the idea that has recently come up in New Jersey that got quite a lot of press, where there were permits issued to residents for the residential areas, and other through traffic was excluded. And we're of the opinion that that's not legal in California and wouldn't pass muster here. In summary, there's a number of council questions included in the memo as well, and with that, I'll conclude the staff report and turn it back to you for discussion.
Thank you, Director Morley. Would any members of council wish to ask questions before we open public testimony? Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the recommendations that staff made in the report and just now verbally relates to turn restrictions into the Almond Grove. However, we also have received correspondence and have had experience in the past that those restrictions are ignored, run over, whatever. And so therefore they are not effective. What is staff's response to that?
So I think there's some validity to that, and I think the shortcut that we see most often is cutting through parking lots to get around those closures. Again, not every solution is perfect, but to a great extent, the turn restrictions do impact the number of vehicles that end up in on the neighborhood streets. So in terms of avoiding sort of the massive gridlock that we've seen in the past, I think they're successful from that perspective. Are they 100% successful? Definitely not.
I'll ask a second question. I was also thinking that would it be possible to park an extra unused police cruiser in the parking lot by Masal that they're cutting through as a visual deterrent?
Let's see if the police chief would help me with that one.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So Michael D'Antonio, interim police chief. Yes, that wouldn't be a problem at all. It's something that we've used in other areas and situations, so we'd be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of our staff report speaks to the fact that if we use staff to restrict access to the Almond Grove, it would be costly, or it would cost. Does staff have any idea of what that cost would be?
So I'll talk from a public works perspective, and what we had planned and what we've done in the past is we've been able to set up the turn restrictions with weekend crews in the morning first thing, and leave them in place until after the beach traffic, take them down at the end of the day. That really works in well with the town's work crews on the weekend, and that we use people who are working off time that they owe to the courts on the weekends, and so they're able to make that one stop in the morning, do that work, and then go about their day, and they're not sort of stuck in one place throughout the course of the day. If we had and so we're able to do that at sort of no additional cost. It changes our schedule a little bit, but there's no additional cost in terms of overtime or staff time allocated for that. If we were to sort of station somebody at that position from a Parks and Public Works perspective on an ongoing basis to sort of manage cone patterns or what have you, then for the course of the time that we're there, we would incur that cost over the summer, and it would be a straight overtime cost. I don't have the calculation. I'll probably run through some numbers, but fairly modest cost, but something on overtime nonetheless. One of the things that we do run into, though, is more than the cost, a resource challenge, in that there's only so many hours that somebody has the ability to work over the course of a summer before they really get burnt out and aren't able to meet the need, not only on the weekends when we need them to come in and work that extra time, but the following week when we need to be doing their everyday work. So we find a little bit extra absenteeism in a situation like that. And some employee burnout. So it's a really tough thing for us to manage staffing something like that, or doing that extra workload on an ongoing basis due to the limited resources. So there's certainly a trade-off in addition to, in a regular work week, in addition to the actual costs. I imagine that the answer is similar for the police department, and they can respond if they need to.
So yes, Director Morley's correct. What he said is really similar to what we would face from the police department. It's the staffing levels, it's the ability to get folks in on overtime. If you look at some rough numbers for the course of a summer, you're looking at about 14 weekends, and that's just an estimate. And if you add Saturday and Sundays, so now you're looking at 28 days. And if you were to have 2 or 3 officers, let's say you just had 2 officers during that time, and then you're looking at filling 56 shifts. And if you did that for 6 hours each day, you're going to be in the 300 to 350 range as far as overtime hours. So it's not only the cost, but it's the ability to get people to come in for those overtime shifts on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from council? Seeing none at this time, I'll go ahead and open the public testimony. So first up, I have Bob Burke again.
Thanks again. Last year in June, I came by to speak with you about ideas to deal with the summertime traffic, and thank you for working on several of them. What I'd like to do now is just hone in on one technique that I think would do us some good. What I hear about constricting traffic in the what I'll call the inner areas of Los Gatos, the turnoff streets, Almond Grove, these areas, what's being attempted to be done here is to take what I'll call 4 or 5 fire hoses worth of traffic, letting it get dispersed throughout the town, and then try to stop it when it tries to drain into small outlets. And as everybody who's worked in utility infrastructure knows, the only way you're going to do something like stop viruses from intruding your network, the only way you're going to valve off a large flow of fluid, the only way you're going to control traffic is to stop it in a few high density places that will enable you to control it by keeping it out of the area in the first place. So a couple of the things I said last summer were close Lark east and west of 17. I'm just going to take that one as an example. If that were to be done, barricades could be put up on either side. Maybe somebody could be posted to let residents through, but you wouldn't even need to do that. And by either side, I'm talking about on Lark, on the east and west side of 17, with signs that say, if you got off of 17 South, turn around and go north. And same thing could be done on 85, and that alone, those two arteries getting dealt with, 85 up around Los Gatos Boulevard where it turns into Bascom, put in a similar set of barricades. Let people who in Los Gatos know that they can always go around by traveling down to Blossom Hill, down to Maine, or up to Camden. So it is possible to create a circular, sort of like what you were talking about with one-way streets, a circular motion that would allow residents to get up and down Los Gatos Boulevard in one direction and Winchester in the other. And this would go a long way towards creating just a small number of choke points. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Sack.
So, Mr. Burke, I just want to make sure I understand your idea. So you said to close off Lark east and west?
Yes.
So that those that are exiting off the freeway can't access Winchester and or Los Gatos Boulevard?
That's right. They're trapped there. They see signs that say, if you got off going southbound, get back on. If you got off going northbound, get back on. And you just have them go back to an exit that's open.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Burke.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up I have Kathy Weiner.
Hi, I know I wrote a letter to you, so you've probably read it. I live on Masal, and I'm really against closing Almond Grove because I can't have entertain any weekend in the summer because my own guests can't get into the neighborhood. So I would like you to consider shorter hours for the barricades because the real beach traffic doesn't really start till 10:30 or 11, and it's pretty much done by 2 or 2:30 except holiday weekends. I mean, the real heavy part of non-moving. Also, Los Altos did this no-through traffic on a lot of their streets, and Waze took them off the map. So I don't know why we can't do that. That's California. The alleys are a huge problem in Almond Grove because people race through them to cut through. So I'm wondering if you can, and those are private roads, I think. So I'm wondering if there could be at least the very least no through traffic on those or residents only. The intersections being blocked, is such a huge problem. So I don't know if you can up the amount that someone has to pay for a traffic ticket, but I feel like you could make a lot of money in the town if you just ticket everybody blocking the intersections on those weekends, and the traffic would flow because, once it's blocked, then the other light turns red and so forth. So anyway, I would like a way that my visitors are allowed to come see me. And you're closing the street, so they will cut through the parking lot. And I had a visitor do that once before, and there happened to be a policeman, and he stopped him. So I'd like the police to say, hey, where are you going? And if they give you a real address, let them go. Because how am I going to get a visitor? So I don't know how, you're telling me I can't use my home, basically. And then the other thing is, when you're talking about Highway 9 safety, if there's any way at some point to put sidewalks in, that would really help between Ridgecrest and Massal, because then more walking would happen around the neighborhood. So anyway, I just would, and then the other thing I was thinking, if you're doing the no left turns on University, how about as you're coming up Main Street, you can't turn left to get onto that ramp? So that pretty much means the only way you can go southbound on 17 is down Santa Cruz Avenue. So maybe it wouldn't be as desirable as people cutting through Los Gatos Boulevard and so forth, trying to get there too. So maybe it would keep people on the freeway. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, I have Catherine Summers.
Good evening, Council. I'm Catherine Summers with the Los Gatos Chamber of Commerce, and I'm easy tonight, I promise. So I actually have to applaud Matt Morley and his staff. I think the report that they did on this is great. I really am in favor, as is a lot of the businesses, of keeping Wood Road open. I know a lot of work's gone into it. We will do at the Chamber whatever we can to put a positive spin on whatever you ultimately decide tonight. I think that's a really of utmost importance as well in the business community, so we can work together and figure out what that messaging should be. The only thing that I want to draw your attention to, and it comes back to community vitality, is on page 7 of your, I guess it must be your staff report, the recommendation, and where they say things are underway or what you want to forego. So the one that I would want to draw your attention to is the weeknight, particularly Thursday night, downtown street closure. I think in the report, Matt writes about this kind of compensating for what some of the merchants will definitely lose even this summer, even if some of these things work, which I think they will, hopefully. But still, they are going into this summer pretty dejected and really feeling like, what are we doing for them? And I think if we can tell them that the council approved that we will close a portion or all of North Santa Cruz on a Thursday night when we don't typically have that traffic. I know it's still a $3,000 expense. I can guarantee that I will do all the programming for those nights. The merchants and the restaurants, in fact, we're having a meeting next Monday morning at 9:30. A great response I've gotten already from people who want to come and talk about what we can do on Thursday nights, and we're going to do something anyways, regardless if the road is closed or not, but it would be such a gift if we could close that road, work with the police department, figure out how we might be able to have the restaurants, I think it's working with the restaurants and the bars, if you will, that are already there. We'll figure out how to have music, how to have art, how to have maybe some multicultural, experience down there so that people can come into our town and have, just remember it when they leave. And I think that will set us apart from other towns this summer, and our merchants and our restaurants and our residents will feel really good about it. So I hope that you will take that into consideration as you debate all of this tonight.
Let's see if you have questions. I don't see any. Let me ask one then. So how many nights do you think you're willing to program? 3 or 4?
Yes, I can do that.
That seems like a good number, something in that range?
I was thinking 3, so okay. I could do 4.
Okay. So also, what percentage of the merchants want the closure and what percent want the closure removed?
So we did that, we polled that last summer and did a survey on that. And as the summer went on, again, as you know, just from own surveys that you've done, it sort of flip-flopped in the last 2-3 years. So, but by the end of the summer, I can confidently say it was 70% of the merchants and restaurants that wanted to leave Wood Road open. There were still some that were hanging on to keeping it closed because they liked the quietness of the downtown and the fact that there were places to park and that it wasn't gridlocked downtown. But I think the majority want it open to try that again.
Okay, thank you. I have a question from Councilmember Jensen.
Ms. Summers, thank you. Is there any reason that you could not use our spiffy new special events process that we just put in place a couple weeks ago to ask for a Thursday night special event programming instead of bringing it up in the street closure item? Summer closure is different than a Thursday night event, is what I'm suggesting. And why wouldn't you do it through our special events program?
Yes, and we are talking about doing that because that, of course, those grant application process is underway right now. I think having the street closed a couple of times in the summer, though, will have that much more of an impact. So I'd like to do that as well, which is, you know, sort of, it's something that the council would have to agree upon because it has to be the police department, I believe, that's closing the street. But we could apply for the grant to do that as opposed to the actual programming. I think I can come up with the money for the programming. I don't know if I can come up with the money for the closing of the street. So I suppose I could apply for that grant.
So I'll refer you to Ms. Pravetti, but our special events, our new process allows you to apply for a street closure independent of this particular agenda item. So I suggest maybe you get together with her.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Summers. Next up, I have Lisa Mamel, I think it is.
Does this work here? I've never used it.
Yeah, facing upwards. And she will turn it on for you.
Good enough.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Mamel. I've lived at 33 Tate Avenue for 21 years. I've attended and spoken to the town council several times over the past years about this very topic. My position has always been the same, safety and efficacy with regard to managing beach traffic. The town staff has changed over the same years with changes in town manager, town attorney, and police chief. And with those changes, some of the institutional memory has been lost, namely what has been tried and what has failed. In its recommendation of a short-term temporary closure of Almond Grove, the staff has overlooked that temporary closures with cones that were placed before in Almond Grove failed. Cones that were driven over and over again. In effect, past efforts to close Masol, Tate, and Ridgecrest were essentially charades. These photos show that unpatrolled temporary closures with orange cones do not deter beachgoers intent on getting through Almond Grove. The staff report suggests that temporary proposed closures would be monitored once each day to repair damage to the closure. But a closure without constant monitoring is no closure. The downed cones viewed in the photos here were down, and traffic kept moving right on through without hesitation at approximately noon on Sunday. I called the police to alert them of the cones. It took over an hour to get the cones reset, while traffic went directly into the neighborhood to sit bumper to bumper for hours. When checked later that afternoon, while traffic was stuck on the streets, it was found that the cones were down again. Throughout the day, residents were unable to back out of driveways, approach their homes. My own mother could not get across the street with her wheelchair due to unyielding motorists. Neighbors holding real estate open houses could not get anyone to come to them due to the traffic. Safety. Cars with frustrated motorists don't focus on safety issues, as noted by the example of my mother, as well as 2 injuries related to summer cut-through traffic. One of them included a child hit by a motorist. And the police car that was sent to address the emergency could not get through the streets and ended up perched on a sidewalk. The streets in Almond Grove are narrow. The 100 block of Tate is so narrow that it's hard to move 2 cars down the street. I sincerely worry about the safety of all of those in the area in the event of an emergency. Fire trucks, ambulances, who would be able to access the motorist in the jammed bumper-to-bumper streets? What would happen if there was a fire on the clogged streets? All too common in the LG's downtown history. In this particular case, I asked neighbors on Tate, and no one was interviewed by the town staff. No one was up to updating their information. No one asked them how successful or unsuccessful or how dangerous this was. 3 years ago, the head Chamber of Commerce stated that businesses were for closing, as they could not sell to people stuck in cars on the street. Indeed, businesses were going out to cars and offering to hawk their items, they said, at the cars on the street.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Mamel. Okay, I have no more cards on this item. Would anybody else wish to rush up and speak? Seeing none, I'll close the verbal testimony for this and come back to council for more questions, comments, and motions. Councilmember Sack.
Actually, I have two questions. The first is with regard to the intersection. I know in previous staff reports, we've talked about this a lot, but we looked at programming so that we would have, I guess, ticketing at red light so that those blocking intersections would get a ticket. Where did that go, that suggestion and that idea?
So I think the police chief can add to it, but I think what we found was that although it generated citations on site, it did nothing for alleviating the traffic. In fact, may have caused additional traffic as folks sort of slowed, or if you can slow further from not going anywhere, they stopped to look, I guess. And while I've got a second, if I can make a correction on what I said earlier in terms of the closures to the streets entering Almond Grove. In the staff memo, I did identify a cost of $25,000. It's a little higher level of service than we had done in the past. So what I described was our service level in the past, where we set up early and then break down last thing in the day, and that's where you see the non-monitoring of it throughout the day. This would be a later setup, so it would be more aligned with the traffic. And then an earlier pickup, as well as the one-time monitoring during the course of the day, and that's identified in the staff memo as a cost of $25,000 for the summer.
Please go ahead.
The second, with regard to cones, I know that there's discussion tonight on whether or not to close Masal, but one of the pictures was shown with cones.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a possibility, should this council decide to close Masal, to use something sturdier like barricades?
Certainly, we can look at other options. I think there's additional costs with barricades. Barricades, to be effective, have a weight to them, and so it takes different equipment to move them. I wouldn't be able to give you a number on that, but we could certainly bring it back to you.
And the third is, if you could speak a little bit about the Los Altos. We've heard different ideas about New Jersey. Los Altos keeps coming up, but if you could speak to what you know. I know, talking with council members from Los Altos, once people realized that it was not being enforced, the traffic came back. And so working with your colleagues, the PPW director there, what have you found their experience after they put the no through traffic with no enforcement?
So as I described in the memo, or I've described before, I guess, in our interactions with Waze, Los Altos worked directly with Waze to put, when Los Altos put up their no through traffic signs, which are advisory, they're not enforceable from a citation perspective. Waze actually put no left turn, no right turn descriptors in their program, in their software. And so they manage the no through traffic with no left turn, no right turns. So it's a little bit of a gaming the system. And Waze worked with Los Altos on that to see what the impacts would be. Ultimately, Waze gave them a deadline of having that removed. And Waze is only one of several applications that affect the traffic flow. So although it was showing up in Waze as being closed, other applications were not showing it. And then that morphed into sort of being ineffective from a Los Altos perspective. We tried that actually last summer in sort of the eastern part of town where we had the residential traffic challenges. And Waze put those same no left turn, no right turn restrictions on our streets for us. And what we saw, and it was interesting because we could watch it on the map, was that the Waze traffic was being rerouted around those neighborhoods, the Englewood type neighborhoods, whereas the Google Maps or the Apple Maps were actually within those neighborhoods at the same time, so that you could see the difference between the applications and how it was handled and how it was effective in terms of the pilot that we tried last summer. So that's how Los Altos has been handling it, and the feedback from them is indeed that it's not as effective as they had hoped.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. Following up on that, so has Los Altos just stopped these endeavors, or are they continuing on with them, but they're just not as effective?
So I think their signs are still in place, and if somebody were to see the sign and heed it, then I guess it would be counted as somewhat effective. But in general, what they're finding is that their traffic has returned, and so their hope that the no through traffic signs would be impactful has not materialized.
And then there was a mention made of the alleys in the Almond Grove and them, whether or not they're private and whether or not something could be done about those thoroughfares. Your thoughts?
So the alleys are town-owned and maintained, so those are much like the rest of the streets in town, publicly accessible.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions, comments? Councilmember Sack?
I have one more question. One of the issues also with closing down streets with cones and or barricades was that there's no monitoring of it. And we've talked about the difficulty of using staff resources. Is there a possibility of using neighborhood resources? People have often said last summer, 2 summers, you know, we'll get people to stand next to the barricade. I mean, obviously, then you get into some safety issues, but is there any ability that you and the interim chief can think of that can utilize volunteer manpower while ensuring safety to make sure, so that we can help augment the resources that we lack?
So I'll speak from my staffing perspective, and we would certainly use sort of free labor or volunteers to the extent that we could in terms of whether they'd be out there by themselves. I don't think we'd be comfortable with that, given the high traffic volumes and maybe the volatile nature of some of the drivers that are out there. And we've seen or heard the reports from the residents that people get a little bit aggressive when they've been stuck in traffic for a while. So from my perspective, I don't know that we'd want somebody who's not trained in working in traffic to be out there in the traffic managing things. And we'll see if the police chief wants to speak up behind me.
Yeah, I would agree. It really has to do with safety. So what we've seen over the summer is many of the calls of service that we go to, and I'm sure the public has seen it in their own neighborhoods, are because there are people who are getting into different types of arguments, disturbances. So we are responding to those types of calls for service. If you had a volunteer, say, monitoring Highway 9 in Massaul, there is going to be that level of, there's that chance that they're going to get into a confrontation with the driver. They don't have any authority. They're not going to be able to do any enforcement. And so we may put our citizens in a position that might not have a good outcome.
Okay. Anybody wish to start with comments? Councilmember Jensen?
I'm just going to jump in with comments and just picking up on the chief. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but if you put a citizen volunteer out there without any authority, the town couldn't do that without training that person, without perhaps potentially deputizing that person, without being liable for that person if there's a problem. So I think that idea, while interesting, is a non-starter. But I'm just going to go right into the big thing on Closing 17. I think for this year, this council has probably addressed the closure of 17 for this summer at least 3 or 4 times that I can remember, either in a council meeting, a study session, whatever it may be. And each time some different set of interests come forward and do something, but Ms. Mammal sort of brought it up when she said, well, 3 years ago we did this. So we've been talking about this forever and not going forward. And Mr. Burke used the analogy of a fire hose. I'll use the analogy of I have a blood clot in my right arm. I'm not going to tie a tourniquet on my left arm because I want everything to flow. So my comment is I do not want to see the road closed. And my general big picture idea is the more that we can keep the roads open to distribute the pain wherever it might be, the better, because then those cars can find their way where they're going to find them. In talking to people I know that are very involved with Google, they find it rather amusing that we would try to game the ways of the Google Maps because they have a cadre of engineers ready to change that algorithm the moment that you do something to it. And Mr. Morley's comment about Los Altos getting a deadline from Waze to take their signs down is indicative. And Google's goal is, or not their goal, but one of the things that they take into consideration is, well, we better show you the exact right information because that next app over there is going to show you the true thing, and then we're going to lose that information. So I don't think it's at all productive to get into a fight with engineers over how they're going to switch that algorithm, because they are. And people are going to come in the summer when the weather's nice. They even came in February when the weather's nice. In September, I found that they don't necessarily come because football's on, or there's something interesting that they can do at home. So we're addressing the problem, in my mind, the wrong way. The answer is to keep the streets open, make the cars flow, do our smart signals. Thank you, staff, for getting our $700,000 grant to work on that, because that's one of my things. And then just going through the suggestions. Close 17 sometimes? No, it's totally inconsistent. People aren't going to understand what they should do, and we're not going to maintain a flow. Restrict left turn on University and Highway 9. Mr. Morley said, well, the Waze would not direct you to do that because you cannot get to the freeway if you can't turn left. Well, yes, you can. You turn right, you hang a U at North Santa Cruz, and you come back and get on. Or you go straight through, you hang a U on Benton Street or on Miles or wherever you get to on University, you come back and you get on. So it's not as though if you can't turn left, you can't get there, because you can. Neighborhood town restrictions are closing Almond Grove. I believe that our job as council people is to do what's best for the entire town. And this is going to come up as we talk about the high school parking restrictions, potential parking restrictions. But we learned at our last council meeting very clearly from the testimony that if you do something here, it just dominoes here, 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 here. So if I close Almond Grove, you're coming to Los Gatos Boulevard, you're coming to Englewood, you're coming to Cherry Blossom, you're coming to Loma Alta, because I've closed the Almond Grove. So I have benefited one part of the town to the detriment of the other part of the town. And what I ought to be doing is making the traffic flow throughout the town. So, and I just had to mention permits for Los Gatos residents. Ms. Wiener made my point that guests can't come to her house. Well, nor can your Amazon delivery, your cleaning service, your gardener, your ambulance, whatever it might be. Or your guest, your mother, who doesn't live in town, now suddenly can't come here because they can't show you a Los Gatos address. So we need to think through these things, not only from a legal standpoint, from a practical standpoint. So from my perspective, I would not close it. I would not close anything, and I would see how it went.
Thank you, Councilmember Jensen. I'll go ahead and give my comments next, since I more or less agree with what you said. I kind of look at it, I'm looking at the cost. We've done this several years in a row. It's costing us $150,000 each summer to close that. And it's becoming less and less effective. This past summer, I was really surprised. Even with the closure, cars were still getting routed down Ridgecrest. I remember days well into July, so this is not new. It's well, hopefully learned. Cars were backed up on Bachman trying to get down to Santa Cruz to turn left. Cars had still been sent down to the closure that we've been doing every weekend, and there now was stop traffic coming down Santa Cruz to go back to 9 to get on the highway. So my point is, it seems to be getting worse and worse. We're seeing more and more traffic in other neighborhoods instead. So by doing the closure, what I see us doing is we spend $150,000 to maybe make it a little better for some, two handfuls of residents that can back out of their driveways, and make it worse for two handfuls of residents over here instead. We heard the merchants at one point thought it was a good idea. They're beginning to, 70%, I've heard 50 to 70% of them now think it's a bad idea to close it. Why are we spending $150,000 when we don't have the support of the merchants in downtown either? I live right in the middle of this disaster, and I know I've pulled bonehead moves where I've gone to the Lark Avenue car wash and realized, oh no, it's too late in the day, and it's now 45 minutes for me to get home to the Almond Grove. So this is when it was closed. So what good did I do spending $150,000 if I still can't get home? So I don't think that we should be spending the $150,000, because I don't see that it's really making any difference, and we could be spending that money at other places. I would like to talk a little bit about what Ms. Summers said, because it was really my idea, and thank you, staff, for putting it in. Instead of, part of the solution, part of the issue is residents and trying to get out of their driveways and trying to get back home, and part of it is our downtown that's withering because they're losing months of revenue on the weekends. Actually, I lost my thought. Trying to.
Thursday night.
Yes, Thursday nights. Thank you. So my idea was, well, if we can't solve it for the downtown merchants, maybe we can do some things to help make up for it by having the Thursday night closures. And that's, so that's why she didn't make it up. It was actually in the staff report because they've heard me talk about it before. So I'm supportive of trying to fund 3 or 4 Thursday night closures, especially where the chamber is partnering with us and doing all the programming, and we just have to do the closure. I think it's not that much money. Talking about 3 closures is $9,000 in an effort to, kind of try to make up for the problem that we can't solve, whether we spend the $150,000 or not. So I'm very interested in funding that. I think maybe the town manager can remind me. I think we only put $10,000 in our other bucket for event grants. Is that right?
That's correct. That's for the event grants. And then if council were to move forward with 3 or 4 Thursday night closures, that would be an additional $9,000 to $12,000.
So Councilmember Jensen was suggesting that the chamber apply to that bucket. Well, that would completely wipe out that bucket, and none of the other special events or nonprofits that put on events would have anything left. So I'm in favor of adding to the bucket for this Thursday night. If not, hopefully compensation on business, and maybe a little bit of compensation on fun before the weekend torture. So I'll stop there and see what other council members have to say. Councilmember Jensen.
If you wanted to convert that to a motion, I would second it.
All right, I'll make that a motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second with other council members. So Councilmember Spector, I'd like to know, what is the motion?
I would like to know, what is the motion?
So the motion is to, I believe what we just said, the motion is to not do the Wood Road closure at 17 this summer, and to add, I'm going to say, I think Councilmember Jensen didn't really want to do it, so I'll just say 3 closures worth of money, so $9,000 to support Thursday night closures during the summer to help our business district. I think that's as simple as it.
Yes, and as the seconder, I was thinking that you also were not in favor, or were including the motion not to do the part-time closures, the Almond Grove closure, or the restrictions on university.
I would not include that at this time. I might, if other council members were interested. I'm really on the fence on that one. I found it harder for me to get home, but if my neighbors like it better, I can support it. It didn't work very well, as we've heard testimony, so I'm not going to include it in the motion at this time.
Okay, if you're restricting the motion to, you're not going to close 17 at Wood, and you are wanting to add $9,000 to the grant fund for the purpose of 3 Thursday night closures, and you are reserving the right for anyone else to make any further motion not included in this motion, then I retain my second.
That's correct. Other comments? Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. A question for staff. With these Thursday night closures, what would be the hours for those?
So we had envisioned a limited, like a 4-hour time frame for the closures. We want to work with the chamber or the businesses to nail down what would be effective for them. And if the council has input on the hours, we certainly want to hear that.
Councilmember Jensen.
I had understood the motion to be just simply putting $9,000 into the fund that was calculated based on the cost for 3 potential closures, and that you'd anticipate that the chamber would come through the special events process for that to happen.
That looks like staff is nodding. That's their understanding. That's fine with me.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some statement was made that we'll take this motion and see how it goes. Well, we don't need to see how it goes because we saw how it went in 2015. We know that Ridgecrest, Masol, and Tate have all of the cut-through traffic. We know that the traffic on Santa Cruz and Austin University is totally stopped. We know that the parking lots surrounding the downtown are empty. So we know how it goes. Now, having said that, because staff made a recommendation that we do not close Wood Road, 17 at Wood Road, and that we instead look to closing off the streets into Almond Grove, I was giving serious consideration to supporting that concept. I am concerned, and I know that we're in this agenda item, and actually in pretty much all the agenda items this evening, we are dealing with competing interest, lawyer-mediator talk, competing interest, and they're very difficult competing interest. And so even though I would be willing to support a closure of 17, I would support this motion if it included a protection of the Bachman, Masol, Tate, and if we could, the Ridgecrest. So as it now stands, I will not be supporting the motion because I think that it does not give protection to our downtown. And it didn't back in 2015, and I don't want to make it worse now.
Okay, Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. This motion leaves the opportunity for future motions. As Councilmember Spector just mentioned, there's a whole list of other options on this page 7 of the staff report, and I was anticipating after this motion that there would be more deliberation and perhaps future motions to address some of these other items. Case in point, reclassification of the streets costing $0. I don't know why we would not consider that. And then the freeway changeable message signs that are $0. I don't know why we wouldn't choose that. Of course, in the event of a very long and hot summer, I would like to leave the door open to do something about the Almond Grove streets. There's a $25,000 charge there. It is not a $150,000 charge, which is substantially higher. So I'm anticipating that there will be other motions.
Councilmember Sack.
Okay, and so real quick, I'm going to ask staff for clarification. My understanding is that if I'm looking at page 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, the the 5 that are above, that are immediately below mitigation measure, which includes reclassify town streets, those are underway, and so we do not need to make a motion tonight because they're already occurring. Is that correct?
Those items are in process, and the only motion would be to remove them from our work plan. So if you don't want us to move forward with them, then we need to know that. Otherwise, we were planning on moving forward with those items.
Okay, and then my second question with regard to the barricades, whether it's barricades or cones, is that something that Wood Road, I understand, we need to make that decision. But with regard to barricades, whether or not that has to go up on Masal and some of the side streets that are off of Highway 9, can those be monitored to see if we do not have those in place and it's creating gridlock in Almond Grove, can those be put on as the summer progresses? Or is that something where you need to have a decision tonight as well?
So we'll need funding. And what we would do is plan to put them in place and then back off of that with cones and see how the cones went. It would be a staff decision at that point, midsummer, so we wouldn't be able to rely on the council for direction on that particular item as you'd be out on recess. But otherwise, if it's something that council wanted to give us direction to move forward with something along that line, I think we'd cost it out and bring it, because we do need a budget adjustment to be able to make that happen. We'd bring it back as a consent item at a future meeting agenda for you to help us move forward.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, if I could just share my comments and then potentially an amendment. I've been thinking about this a long time. I think all of us have, because we've been living with this summer traffic for the past 3 years, and it seems increasingly worse. And for me, the bottom line is, what's the fairest thing to move forward? We're all experiencing the traffic. We're all experiencing the hardship. And what is the fairest way to move forward? And having watched what has happened over the past 2 summers, I don't believe that we should be protecting one neighborhood over the other. And by closing the Wood Road, in essence, that is what happened last summer. Some streets, we shifted it so that those that could not get out of their driveways, it went from one street to another street. Is that right? Is that wrong? No one should have to be that way, but what we're dealing with is this is our new normal just because of what's happening with all the navigation apps. So moving forward, the decisions we have to make is, do we keep it open so that it basically we allow the entire circulation system to be open? We work to see how we can protect our residential streets, which are ongoing. And what I'd like to do is to support the motion, but ask for an amendment so that we give the staff the full budget authorization, so that should we need to put cones, barricades midsummer without council direction, they have that ability to do so based on what they're watching and what they're seeing happening within Almond Grove. So if I could make that motion to adjust the budget to have that, so that, and then give the staff discretion to make that adjustment necessary midway through the summer.
Councilmember Spector.
If that's a motion to amend, I'll second it.
So let me let staff weigh in. If we give you the budget to do this, I mean, how would you decide to make a change? Because this is it's a bit of a political issue also.
Well, I think there's 2 issues. One is that you have a motion on the floor, and so if there's a friendly amendment, the maker of the motion and the seconder need to agree to the amendment. So that's kind of the first order of business about whether or not.
And so before I agree, I was hoping to get some feedback on staff about even the suggestion.
So I guess we're open to suggestions. Again, I don't have a dollar amount for you on what it is. You could take the 25 that we're recommending and make it 50. The cost is going to be what the cost is. We can send it to you in a separate manager weekly update on what the estimated costs are, or we can still bring it back through a consent item for the budget adjustment at a future date if that's the direction that you'd want to move. In terms of the process for determining that, I think we'd watch and see if every 15 minutes we're picking up cones, then maybe we'd want to try a different solution. And I think that would be sort of the idea of what the threshold would be for changing from cones to barricades. Keep in mind that the restrictions that we're putting in place limit the right turn from Highway 9 into the Almond Grove area. It still leaves the exit ways open, right? So it doesn't close the roadway completely. So to the extent that people behave badly and drive around those or drive through parking lots, it's that sieve thing. We have a hard time plugging all the holes. We just don't have enough fingers to put the holes in the dike. So we try to be as effective as possible. I think the cones, but the sheer fact that people drove over them shows you that to some extent people see them and are consciously making that decision, and whether other alternatives work in the coming summers, I guess something that we could see.
So a question for the requester of the amendment. You said full budget. You're talking about the 25. You're talking about 50.
I'm talking about the necessary adjustment to go from cones to barricades. So.
And barricades at Massaul and Tate?
Where PPW had
So that would be Massaul, Tate, and Ridgecrest, if we can work with Montessorino to get the agreement there. I think $50,000 is under the manager's authority for spending, so that might be if you appropriate the dollars tonight, so we identify the funds for that, then you can rely on the town manager's discretion to approve whether the cost is appropriate or not, and it's something that the town manager does on an everyday basis, so something that could be appropriate in terms of process.
So what I'm struggling with is, so the motion did not include, at this point, doing cones or anything. We were talking about keeping that as a separate motion. That the current motion was, yes, we're not going to close Wood Road, and we were going to allocate $9,000 more into the special events fund with the idea that it could be used for Thursday nights. I know if we add, basically you're sort of asking me to add to the motion to do the cones and to add enough money to adjust to barricades. I know I'm going to lose my seconder if I switch the motion to that. Why don't I say no and call the question as is, and then if we doesn't go through, we can have another motion, or even if it does go through, we could have another motion. So at this point, I would decline the amendment, if that hopefully made any sense to my other council members. I see staff liking my suggestion, keeping it sort of clean.
So I think from a procedures perspective, that allows you to deal with the motion that's on the table, and then consider in the discussion on this item future motions that you might want to add on to the direction to staff.
Okay, so I'm going to call the motion. I think Councilmember Sack is still considering. Wait 30 seconds. All right, so I'll call the motion. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
So it passes 3-2. And all that includes is we're not going to do Wood Road closure, and we're going to allocate $9,000. So would any other council members wish to make motions or more discussion? I see Vice Mayor Leonardis' hand up first.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I would like to move that we reserve the right to give staff the discretion to use up to $50,000 for closing potentially or barricading the Almond Grove streets as needed, the $3,500 for the neighborhood turn restriction signage, and the university left turn restriction as needed.
Any response from staff? I think a couple of those were meant for if Wood Road was closed, so you don't need those.
Yeah, so the as needed sort of threw me there. So I think that allows the discretion to make the determination. We would, I think, not do the turns on University if Wood Road is open. I think that would just create more conflict than anything. In terms of the neighborhood streets, you can leave that one in, and we'll just do if we have the sort of the if needed, we'll do some observations, and it'll take us a little bit to react to that one, but because that work is done in-house, I think it's something that we can manage.
So, Mr. Vice Mayor, could you clarify for us, are you leaving the discretion up to staff in your motion to do barricades at Masal and Tate? And would you like to keep the other items in you added?
We will eliminate the University Avenue, and then we will leave the other two items, the Almond Grove closure and the neighborhood turn restriction signage.
To manage expectations on the signage, I was considering us putting them in place, but really it's more than that. It's the apps recognizing them, and I know that with a couple months warning they'd be able to get it. I don't know if they'd get it with a couple weeks warning, so that would be an experiment as well.
Okay, so now I'm looking for a second. Councilmember Spector?
Second.
Okay, I have a second. Further comments on this one? Councilmember Jensen?
I won't be supporting the motion because I think it's important to distribute the traffic or cars throughout the town so that no one is disadvantaged unfairly or advantaged unfairly. With respect to the budget, our staff report indicates $25,000 for barricades, and we've just proposed $50,000. So I really see no reason at all to go to $50,000. And with the directional signs, as I said before, and as Mr. Morley has said, it's a lot of cost to install signs with little hope of them succeeding, so I'm not going to be supporting the motion.
Okay, other comments from council members? Councilmember Sack?
Okay, I'm going to be supporting the motion. I think the key word in the motion is that it gives staff discretion to do this over the summer. I think what we've learned over the past 2 summers is things change, and we need to be able to be nimble and have as many tools as possible to react to the changes. And so this gives the staff the authority and at least the budgetary authority to react should it be necessary, and work on the ongoing costs that are identified that will hopefully not eliminate, but help mitigate some of the issues that we're looking at, like reclassifying neighborhood streets. But given what we've seen the past 2 summers, I think the more flexibility we give our staff to react is better.
Okay, I see no more comments. I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed?
No.
So passes 4-1. Councilmember Jensen opposed. And would anybody like to make any more motions on this one? Seeing Vice Mayor Leonardis.
I was just going to make a quick comment, and regarding that last up to $50,000, we could just all pray for a really cold summer so we don't have to spend it.
Okay. Pray for a recession too or something?
No, just a cold
Okay.
summer.
All right, so I'm going to close item number 5 and move on to item number 6, which is basically modifying the North 40 specific plan. And I'll turn it over to staff to get us started. Last meeting, we continued this from, we ended up continuing it, so we didn't even get a staff report last time. Also for council, I asked staff to put in your desk item items that we need to potentially get through this. For those of us working on the iPad, they ended up being in different meeting dates, which means you have to go all the way out, back in. So as part of your item 6 desk item, you're going to find the findings that we need to make, the resolution, and where we are so far with red lines in there. So I just want to make sure council members are aware of the tools they have on paper in front of them, which is a little easier than chasing it around your iPad. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Paulson.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. As stated, this item was continued from February 6th. The last time the council considered the potential amendments was January 16th of this year. At that meeting, the item was continued to the February 6th meeting with requests for additional information. That additional information was provided in the February 6th staff report. And the topics that were included in the requests were information on the previous economic studies relating to sales tax leakage, providing additional traffic information, setting out some of the limiting development capacities that were remaining from the Phase 1 application, requesting some options for the potential allowance of additional height for a hotel use, as well as asking the developer for potentially conceptual layouts of Phase 2 applications. So the information that was obtained was provided in that February 6th meeting. You've already mentioned the desk item. Additionally, there was an addendum for this evening's meeting that had some information relating to public benefit that is for the council's consideration as well. This item, or this meeting tonight, is going to be kind of a continuation of the discussion. We have the town attorney, town manager, myself, as well as the director of Parks and Public Works here to answer questions. And we look forward to the continued discussion, and we will turn it back over to the council.
Okay, questions for staff at this time? I'll start off with one, and I had wrote this question for the last time we were going to meet, and I forgot where I got it from, but somewhere in our material there's mention of what the sales tax for different types of items, commercial, that we would build out there. And in there seemed to be sales tax from office/R&D. So I was trying to understand, how does office/R&D produce sales tax? And I realize I'm not giving you a reference, so of where to find my question. Looks like we're going to get Monica Wren.
Monica Wren, Economic Vitality Manager. So office and R&D, depending on what the products are, don't always directly give us sales tax. Sometimes they do. If it's an office use that is the headquarters for something that's selling, then we can often get a sales tax from that. They also drive a daytime economy or an economy when the people are there working.
So you're saying it's a maybe, but definitely not a surety that if we had office R&D that we would get any sales tax.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from council? Okay, seeing none, then let's open up the public testimony. I don't have any cards. Does Ms. Lombardo have any cards? No? So would anybody like to come forward? We're going to have Sandy Decker first.
Good evening. Sandy Decker, 45 Glen Ridge. totally ensconced in traffic, and it looks like I will be again during this summer. Please come and visit me if you can. North 40. If you know where we are, I think you're way ahead of the public because we're confused. It's been delay after delay after delay. So if you do, good on you. We were encouraged by staff and council members to ask for a moratorium to amend the specific plan so that we could create what the community really wanted and needed on the North 20. We lost the Southern 20 to an overly dense, highly impactful project that didn't meet the needs of our town. We have plus or minus 4 months left on the moratorium, and we need that time to specify the land uses to meet our town's crucial needs. There are 5 points that must be resolved. Number one, a commercial complex that's location unique, doesn't negatively impact downtown, and is neighborhood serving. Number two, real open space needs to be defined and specified along with required underground parking. 3, explore further ways to create an incredibly unique hotel housing complex that becomes an area destination for all of Silicon Valley. Number 4, we must deal with the reality of current and projected traffic impacts of 500,000 square feet of commercial development. The 5th and most important consideration was pointed out to us by the town attorney. We must build legal language that will enable us to make the specific plan amendments for the North 20 strong enough to withstand constant legal challenge by the developer. Please give us this time to resolve these needs so that we don't create another travesty on the other end of the North 40. Are there questions?
Any questions from council? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Decker. Next up, I have Rod Teague.
It's come down to a couple of us, huh? Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Rod Teague, Johnson Avenue. I remember when I was a kid growing up here, and I would go buy my clothes at Chrysler's. I would buy my instruments at McCool's. I would buy my bicycles in town. I would buy my skateboards at Gremick, and I remember parents would buy cars in Los Gatos. Adjacent communities would come in and buy cars. It was a destination. And I know times have changed, and so we need to change as well. You know, the traditional car sale model doesn't work any longer in Los Gatos. So how do we think out of the box? How do we generate the big tax revenue with the least amount of impact? I think that's our goal, is to minimize traffic, and yet still, how can we get that big ticket item? In addition to that, avoiding the cannibalization of downtown, which if we do turn it into cute boutique restaurants and lots of shops, we're going to cannibalize our downtown. I think we all know that. So instead of making Los Gatos a destination in sort of the strip mall sense, to go buy your chapstick and toilet paper, why don't we think out of the box and perhaps we can incorporate making it a destination again to buy big ticket items. It's our history. Los Gatos has a huge history of being an auto center. And how would we do that? We would have to get very innovative. I think we'd have to start thinking about how do we make a cool, innovative, electric sort of concept, a new green concept. So imagine yourself driving down Los Gatos Boulevard, and maybe a portion of it is a 2-story building that has frontage to the road that has an auto row where you can see electric car displays. Maybe the buildings are 5,000 square feet to maybe 15,000 square feet. And maybe you can see all the way through to the next road beyond, which is a paseo that you walk through, and maybe there's a hotel which leads into the market square. And then beyond that is a community center with perhaps basketball courts and maybe a pool, and then the housing, the additional housing that we need. So I just want to say that we can make this happen. It's going to take somebody to lay the groundwork in business development. Santana Row's already been done. The strip malls, the Starbucks, Target has already been done. So let's just be innovative and do something that's right for the town.
So, questions for Mr. Teague, Councilmember Sack.
So, Mr. Teague, I know you've been studying this specific plan as long as we have up here. Given the words that are in front of us and given the words in front of us that are currently existing in the proposed amendments, how do you write the plan to create that exact vision that you're talking about? I think that's what we're all struggling with.
Well, I know you have to leave it somewhat open-ended. And as you said, we've had this discussion. It's really difficult to sort of drive businesses and really designate what is going to go where. The groundwork is going to come from somebody doing business development for the town. I don't know if that's an individual. I don't know if it's Chamber of Commerce. But, last time I checked, Netflix was what are they? Their market cap is $141 billion. Why wouldn't they maybe help with the community center? Maybe they can use the facilities. We have a lot of great resources in this town to work with people that maybe will give us commitments. Tesla, maybe Honda and Chrysler and all the others would agree to maybe put a showroom into this electric auto mall. Maybe there's electric skateboards or two-wheeled vehicles, or but thinking out of the box and not just doing what's already been done. I think we can accomplish good tax revenue and yet minimize that impact of the traffic that would be generated from your typical big box strip mall type configuration. And I think it's very critical that we get innovative and not just succumb to the easy formula.
Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Teague, right now we are looking at a specific plan that we are anticipating amending. And generally when we're doing that, we're looking at should we have offices, should we have hotels, should we have retail, those kinds of concepts. How do you see your idea for an electric car row, which I certainly like, but anyway, how would that be an amendment to the specific plan? Because I don't see that as a use. Are you saying that the specific plan becomes sufficiently enabling so that could be a use in the future? I'm trying to get my what comes first answer.
Is that considered retail? I think it's considered retail. Obviously, we would have to set some pretty specific guidelines to a portion of it, and obviously, in laying that groundwork, find out where the demand is and how much space people need, and develop the plan accordingly. I know it's not going to be easy, but innovation is never easy. So, there's a way.
Thank you.
Yeah. Councilmember Sack.
I'm sorry, Mr. Teague. I hope it's just you're the only one besides Ms. Decker here, so there's no one else to ask. But I appreciate the vision that you have. I think it's a vision that a lot of us have discussed up here as well as in the audience of how do we create this innovative R&D that's new and different. What I'm grappling with is the current amendments allow it, but how do we make it happen? Because we can find the words that somehow disallow it, and I don't think that it's there, but there's a difference between having a plan that allows it and then the legwork, as you said, the business development that then follows after it's approved. That's the part where we need the community to be engaged with whatever proposal comes forward. I think right now what we have in here is a caveat that there's 2 conceptual development advisory committees before an application's even submitted, so that's 2 opportunities for the community to weigh in. What other things, what other measures, what other words do you think help us to get to this vision that you're looking at?
Ooh. I wish I had all the answers.
I know, I wish you did too.
It's putting that vision on paper and really, showing the community what could go there. And obviously who's going to be in a position to execute this. I mean, obviously, if we're creating this opportunity, it needs to be filled. And that's why these remaining months are very critical. And if we can take that opportunity to see if it's viable, and my whole premise for this idea was, how do we sell that big ticket item? Do we want to bring all those cars in to buy chapstick and toilet paper? I don't think so. I would much rather sell a car. And the history of Los Gatos and Los Gatos Boulevard was that was the road. That's where adjacent communities came in to spend their tax dollars right here in Los Gatos, and we've lost all that revenue. Not all of it, but a good portion of it, as well as school clothes and skateboards and bikes. Well, maybe not so much bikes, but you know what I mean. So it's not going to be easy, but I think that there is a solution that's going to work for everyone. Yeah.
I'll ask you a difficult question. It was either you or Mr. Timo mentioned the idea of trading off height for community benefit. And since you didn't mention it, it might have been Mr. Timo, but I'm going to assume maybe you've talked to him about it. And so I asked staff to help me with what could that look like? How do you do a trade-off? And staff put something in our addendum. Did you happen to read that, and do you have any thoughts on how it looks?
I didn't read it, but for me, that makes sense. Can I put something on the overhead real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
Possible? So that's part of proposal on the south half of the North 40. It's boxy, it's rectangular, it's ubiquitous along any highway anywhere. And we see that with Netflix, we see that with the medical buildings that are going up. Absolutely. What I want to see our gateway be a beautiful hotel that's maybe 4 stories high and articulates down and makes a statement, says I'm in Los Gatos, check this out. Or do I want it to be the typical sort of formulaic looking? I think we can do a lot better than that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Teague.
Thank you.
I don't have any more cards on this item. Would anybody else like to be grilled? Dr. Weissman, thank you for stepping forward.
Thanks. Dave Weissman. I'd just like to say that I agree 100% with the last 2 speakers. It's not as if we have to have something built after the moratorium is done. I think the town comes forward, we say this is what we want, this is what the town needs, and if no developer at that point is ready to jump into the water, that's okay. We wait. And I just don't see what the rush is. I think we need to put out in the next 4 months what we want and what the town can get behind. And then, as Mr. Teague just talked about, get some developers in here with some good visions and let them come up with some good ideas.
Okay, questions? Councilmember Sack?
I can't walk away from someone who's willing to be grilled. So,
I didn't say that.
so again, I'm going to ask the same questions to Mr. Teague. How do we all have different visions for what that property should look like. And we have had many hearings where we'll ask people in the audience, what is it that you want? Sometimes they're in conflict. Some want neighborhood serving, some want big box. And so, and forgive me, because I'm just trying to grapple with how do we get this on the piece of paper. What you just said of let's say what the town wants, but I think what we're having difficulty is there's no consensus other than a hotel that's beautiful that can make an entrance with some innovative R&D. We've said that this is what we want. Now we just kind of have to wait to see if it's in the specific plan, if it allows that, and then to see who's willing to do the business development once the plan's approved. Unless you have specific ideas that can be put into this plan tonight or at a future date that can help entice us in that direction. That's what I'm looking for.
And I understand the dilemma. We've talked about underground parking. We've talked about more open space, real open space, not sidewalks and roads counting. And yes, some of the, I think there's enough ideas that people are behind. You see the group that keeps coming back for more. And sure, other people in the town have other ideas, but they're not here. And what are you supposed to do with those if people don't come forward? That's their problem.
Please go ahead.
So, Mr. Weisen, with the draft in front of you, is there any specific language that you would like included?
I do not have the draft in front of me.
Okay.
I think these are general concepts.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Okay.
Seeing no more questions, thank you, Dr. Weissman. I have next up Lee Katana.
Lee Quintana, 5 Palm Avenue. I really didn't want to speak tonight, but if you want somebody to grill, you can grill me, I guess. Couple of thoughts. One is that even if you take the full 4 months on the moratorium, unless you are willing to spend the money to get the studies, to get an idea of what is possible and doable, is really, I don't think, going to make any difference. In reality, if the plan doesn't work for a developer, they're going to come in and ask for an amendment anyway. A specific plan, even if you make these amendments, doesn't mean that somebody, that at another time, other amendments can't be requested. So it's not something that can be put in absolute stone. But what I'm troubled by is the concept of public benefit or community benefit. The town rescinded their community benefit policy. I'm not saying that having a community benefit or a public benefit isn't a good idea, but I think to leave it in as general language as it is currently proposed doesn't really help the situation, because you haven't equated the public benefit with the, what's the term I want? What you're conceding to develop. In other words, just to say you can have more height if you provide more open space. Well, you know, how much height? How much open space? What is the equation based on? Can you give 100 square feet of open space and you get 2 more stories or 1 more story? I'm exaggerating, but it is the idea that I'm after here. And I know there was one other thing I wanted to comment on in terms of open space, real open space. Well, I think the North 40 has provided real open space. Yes, some of the open spaces on streets and sidewalks along streets and landscaping around parking lots if it's large enough. But this is a project that is providing more open space for the town than any other project in the town ever has. There, at least, there's the one space that's over an acre. There's other spaces behind the restaurant that has gathering places. There is a lot of open space in this project that would not normally be in a project that is proposed for the town and be open to the public as public access.
Thank you. Let's see if you have any questions. Any questions for Ms. Katana? Okay, thank you. Okay. Next up, I have Brent Ventura.
Timed it well.
You can pull it up closer. There you go.
Okay. 2 points I would like to make. One is I would like you to reconsider and review the internal roadway plans that are currently in the specific plan. We've had a lot of comments about the need for more open space, contiguous open space, unpaved open space, and yet there are 2 roads, internal roads within the north part of this project that the only way I can believe that they would be necessary was when we were considering a 400,000-foot retail project there. Then I could see the need for internal circulation. But given the council's direction, at least in the comments so far, I believe we don't need those roads. And why are we taking up what might be a couple acres of land that could be in open space? I've talked to staff briefly about it at the last meeting, and they said they need direction from council on that. The other issue is, once again, I would urge the council to consider more housing allotment for that area. When you were doing the specific plan, I believe it was September of, was it 14 or 15, when you, the final approval, there were several comments made by the developer that there'd be 66 housing units left for the north side. Well, that was inaccurate and certainly misled me into believing there was more units available for development on the north side than there are currently based on council's direction. So you've got a lot of market forces, supply and demand, saying, you know, we want housing. I mean, that whole thing could fill up with housing. And I understand council's hesitation to move in that direction. But to the other extent, you can, you know, by zoning prevent housing, but it doesn't mean you're going to get the uses you want. The land may lay fallow and wait for a different council. Other things may come along. And as you've seen with the hotel, you've had to offer incentives to get the type of uses you want. And if the town seriously wants to consider trying to actually provide, you know, micro units for millennials or senior housing or senior services, you may have to consider providing incentives along the lines of community benefit as being a factor for the council to look at. If you're going to get a use that is low traffic generating, meets a community need, but maybe needs higher density or higher a little higher height limit to work. That's, I guess my time's up.
Okay, let's see if you have any questions. Seeing no questions, thank you, Mr. Ventura. Next up, I have Randy Chen.
Hi, Randy Chen, Chamber of Commerce. Just so you get to hear someone besides Catherine. We just would like to be sure that whatever we put in the North 40 is different from downtown, maybe complements downtown, doesn't compete with downtown, is a good source of revenue for tax revenue for the town, and echoing what others before me have said, is innovative, creative, that maybe we could form some type of committee of some sort to get some ideas going and maybe really try to go out there and attract the kind of businesses that we want. And I can't tell you what those are at the moment, but I'm sure that we could find something that is not a Santana Row, that is not our downtown, that doesn't compete with it, so that you'd want to go there some night and you'd want to come downtown some night or during the day or whatever. And just so that we all know something's going to go there, and we really can decide what that is going to be, and I think we should take the time to do that.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. You do have a question. Okay, Councilmember Sack.
So, Ms. Chen, I understand that the chamber doesn't have business development capabilities to help with entitlement, but could I at least assume that you guys would be willing to work with any developer that is looking to develop this, to create this kind of innovative, non-competing, but complementary?
I mean, we'd be willing to talk to them. We also have to have direction from you and the staff, because that is not in our purview. We're not allowed to do that, as far as we understand, so.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
All right. No, I see no more questions. Thank you. I have no more cards. I see some with them in their hands, thinking about it, deciding not to. So at this point, I'm going to close the public testimony and come back to council. I'm going to start with a question of staff, since as mayor and the manager of this meeting, I have to try to manage this item to the law. So I'm going to start off with our law expert. The challenge I have is I have residents liking us to spend 4 months thinking about this, but I'm not getting any meat to work on. Since we have a moratorium in place, we have some requirements about how fast we're supposed to work on this, and can you help me out with how I'm going to manage this?
I'll try. The moratorium on the laws, as you remember when we did that, is a very controversial issue and has been challenged many times. I think it was Councilmember Jensen that cited a few cases even where moratoriums were challenged and the towns and cities were defeated. So it is not a situation that you should take lightly, and you should not, just because you have 4 months, continue out the moratorium, or you could easily be susceptible to a challenge. So long as you're making progress, which we have, we've had already numerous meetings. I think we've met our burden of showing that we are making changes each and every meeting. There's more that you've asked for and more that we've brought back. But as you say, if there's no meat to it, and it's simply that you want to continue this meeting because you want to wait and see what happens over the next 4 months, it would be putting us in a position where we could be challenged.
Okay, thank you. So, on the other hand, I also want to manage the process that we're not creating a bunch of make work, because we've got a lot of other things for council to work on and staff to work on that we want to get done. We've been here most times till midnight, so I don't want to just make work to delay this. So what I'm looking for are us to either wrap this up or have something of value that we're going to continue working on. So with that, let me see if other council members have questions. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. Several questions, and so if I overdo my questions, somebody can tell me. Let's start with the concept that has come up, and it's not the first time that the north part of the North 40 have innovation, have an innovation center. Specifically, the speakers this evening came up with electric cars, things like that. And I understand that this year that might be the issue, and in 10 years that might not be the issue. Having said that, is there something that staff can do to provide us with wording to have the specific plan reflect a desire for innovative businesses or innovative centers there?
So already in the specific plan for the Northern District, there's policy language on page 2-4 that talks about the Northern District being well-suited for a day-to-evening entertainment area that offers shopping, restaurants, as well as employment centers. The Northern District is intended to focus on walkability, public spaces, and amenities. So it could be a very easy text change to add a sentence around not only the innovation district notion, but also some of the other concepts that council talked about at earlier meetings in terms of makerspace, hybrids of uses, really looking forward to where technology might take us. We do have the land use categories that essentially already enable all of those things, but we could strengthen the policy language to try and better articulate that innovative vision.
Please go ahead, Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. And actually, that's going to lead into my next question. But my first one would be, yes, we have the policy language which you just read, and it's contained in the specific plan. But what I'm looking for to look at our law now are objective terms, terms where the wording isn't soft and fuzzy, where if the council wants an innovation center or electric car industry or something of that ilk, that it's specific rather than saying, well, we want to be looking to the future and have a policy that is that vague. So is it possible to take what we've heard from the community and actually up here also and turn it into words that are specific and can be very much direct a future developer?
Well, I'll go ahead and start with one that comes to mind. Currently, as Ms. Pervetti mentioned, for instance, new automobile sales is currently allowed with a CUP in the Northern District. You could make that category more limited to not just allow any vehicles, but to allow specifically zero emission or electric or some other term to try to capture that, which would make that more specific, not necessarily objective, and we're obviously not developing the project, so an actual developer would have to come in with that project. But another incentive to try to encourage that would be to, rather than requiring a conditional use permit for that type of use, would be making it a permitted use in either the Northern District and or the remainder of the transition district. So those are just a couple items. I think it gets to be challenging when you're talking about innovation centers, which are doing exactly what the phrase says, which they're constantly evolving and innovating. And so how you capture that in language that is objective, for instance, I think gets to be challenging. It's really looking to encourage that type of use through policy language throughout the specific plan itself.
Okay, let me follow up because I had this question before. We have in our staff report and from what we heard in past community input, looking for public open space and BMP units and sports fields and performing arts and community centers. These as items that the community is very interested in as a concession or whatever. And in our staff report, the staff cited those things as potential concessions. Once again, rather than just mentioning those things or just using the words, the staff feel it has the background expertise, if the council wants those as concessions, to define them in sufficient specificity and objectivity so that we know what we're getting.
For most of those, yes. I think we provided some kind of starting point language, whether it's the open space, for example, 5% green open space, that could be 10%. In your BMP example, currently we require a minimum of 20%, which is consistent with our BMP program in town currently. That percentage could be increased. So those are a couple items, and we could go through the others. I mean, the challenge with, let's say, a community center or a sports or recreation field, we could reference types of fields. You could reference a community center or recreation center, but to be very specific, what does that encompass? And I think it came up from speakers is that one field? Is that a, beach volleyball court becomes a recreation amenity? Is that enough? It's really going to be important for the council to weigh whatever the requested concession, in this case for a hotel, for instance, for height. The council and the planning commission will have to weigh whether or not the proposed benefit does in fact kind of override that potential impact of additional height that you'd be allowing.
But what I hear you saying is that if there is going to be a concession, and if the concession is open space or sports center or performing arts community center, that it would be possible from the staff's point of view to suggest language to the council that ultimately will make the decision, so that when someone comes forward to develop under our specific plan, there is direction and it's not so vague that we get caught in the same situation as we did on the south part of the property.
Well, I'll start. And so, the question becomes, if someone comes in and doesn't request the additional height, that's really the trigger. And so if someone comes in, you may not still get those additional amenities. And so it really is going to depend on the specific project. But that being said, staff can definitely provide additional starting point language for those items and try to be far more, provide far more objective standards. Then I'd defer to the town attorney as well.
I would just point out the objective standards that got us in trouble in the first phase had to do with a housing project. Which we're talking about here is all commercial projects, which the Housing Accountability Act will not apply towards, and that you'll be able to use any of your subjective findings to determine if in fact someone came in and wanted that exception for the 45 feet height, you'd have complete authority to deny or grant that exception based on whether the public benefit was great enough or not. But we can add more language than what is right there, as I think on page 2 of 4, it kind of says where you could go into much more detail if need be as to what that exception to provide more guidance than just the language of just more open space.
Thank you. And I was actually looking for guidance not only in the specific plan, not only for the concessions, but for any changes that we make. I understand that the objective standards is applicable under the law right now to housing, but also I believe that if we modify our specific plan, the more specificity that we can include in it, the better direction the council can give to future development.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Spector, would you like to make a motion out of that? If so, I would second it.
Not yet, unless you have some aspect of it that you would like to verbalize, and then I'll probably second it.
I will try. Since we're talking about this, rather than coming back later, I'd like to see if the rest of the council members want to buy in on this idea, because I do like the idea of trading off height for community benefits. And so I think the motion is to ask staff to go create, as Ms. Quintana talked about, we need some understanding of what the equation is, how much height gives what. And, I think we're okay with your list of community center, performing arts center, sports fields, and I think there was one other. My motion would be to ask staff to go create more specific language that allowed a trade-off of height for community benefit. Go ahead, Councilmember Spector.
Yes, I will second it, because what I'm looking for is objective, defined wording, and what it was public open space, BMP units, sports fields, performing arts center, community center. I'm not saying that that's the total list, but those are the ones that I picked up from staff's report.
And I'm okay with them working on all of those as part of the motion. Would other council members wish to comment? Let's go with Vice Mayor Leonardis first. I think your hand was a little quicker.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. There was a comment from one of the speakers about the current configuration of the roads and if it were necessary to cover up that much green space with that much roadway. Can we get some comment from staff on that?
Yeah, so as it states in the specific plan, those are conceptual. So as projects came forward, there may or may not be a need for that secondary access that Mr. Ventura mentioned.
Go ahead, Councilmember Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. There was also a comment from the speaker, as well as some of the letters that we received about housing, more housing, housing sizes, housing for seniors, and as the attorney stated, there's the Housing Accountability Act. At this time, are we allowed to say we would give them more housing units, but they would have to be senior units, or we could give them more housing units, but they have to be smaller units that are for more affordable? Are we allowed to put any of those measures in this specific plan?
So I'll hold off on the senior and let the town attorney weigh in. But yes, definitely, this conversation happened probably last year when we were asked whether or not we could add additional housing, and the answer is yes. And then you could put additional parameters or restrictions or objective standards, whether that's size or tenant. And the tenant, again, I'll defer to the town attorney, but those could be added to the specific plan.
With regards to senior housing, no, you couldn't do that. You can't discriminate under the Fair Housing Act, so we couldn't demand that senior housing could be, that has to be done voluntarily by the developer. But the other issues that you mentioned about restrictions as to size and those objective standards, if we were heading to add more homes, that's where I think we really would have to do some more detailed work on making certain we've got your objective standards that the council wants to make certain we don't get in the same problem we were before.
Vice Mayor Leonardis?
So based on what you said, the developer could volunteer to put in senior housing as perhaps a compensating factor for putting in more housing. But that would be them volunteering. We could not demand it.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jensen.
First, a procedural matter. Are we now discussing the motion?
We should be, yes. We were I'm not sure we were completely on it.
So
with
with
questions.
respect to that motion, I just want to make sure that I understand it. I understand it as a motion to ask staff to come back with additional information on what a potential community benefit would look like.
I think we asked staff to write us language that could go in the specific plan for how we could trade off height for community benefits, and write more specific language, sort of what each of those is, so it's better understandable.
So I understand that as a motion for information from staff for a definition of community benefit, which could include but not be limited to those things that Ms. Spector has mentioned. So if that is my understanding of the motion, may I ask that it also, I would support it if it's informational and that those things are examples but not exclusive. And I would ask that the definition proposed for the plan development, the elusive plan development statute, be considered. I think it's contained in our staff report.
I agree with whatever modification that is. Does the seconder agree?
The seconder agrees and wants to go back to the fact that we are looking for, the one thing that neither of you mentioned, is we're looking for what I call objective language, understanding that this may not be necessarily a housing application, but I still want objective language that we, the council, are going to be able to tell, do these things comply or not comply with our objectives?
And staff is shaking their head. That was their plan. Councilmember Jensen.
My question then is, are those objective standards limited to what we're asking for as the definition of community benefit? Is that the intention of the motion?
Yes.
Because if it's across the board,
no,
and I have another question.
Community benefit at this point.
Okay.
Okay, so can I call a question? I'm going to call a question. So all in favor of this motion? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Next item, Councilmember Jensen.
So I have some questions, not a motion, that are kind of all over the board. Councilwoman Sayoc mentioned earlier SB 287, which is a new bill pending by Senator Scott Wiener, another housing bill. And as I understand that bill, that concerns housing that can be built along designated, essentially, transit corridors, and again, without essentially discretion or public comment. And what, with very high height limits. Does the North 40 section that we're now talking about qualify as a transit corridor, with, given that it's next to 17, et cetera, under Senator Wiener's proposed bill, if you know?
Well, we've looked at it briefly, and obviously it's a lot of the effort is around BART, Caltrain, VTA, and the other trigger that sometimes would catch the town would be where there's 15-minute headways for a bus stop. Currently, the town does not have any 15-minute headways. We would need to look probably just north and east to see if there are any 15-minute headways on the next network plan VTA is doing. But that would be the only trigger that would impact the North 40.
Okay. Unrelated question. Whoever knows the answer. The speaker was talking about electric car sales with the theory that that was going to provide a sales tax benefit. So, for example, Tesla, I order it online. How does the town get any sales tax benefit, if any, from that?
I'm going to defer to Economic Vitality Manager.
So the point of sale for those have to happen in Los Gatos. If you order a Tesla online, that sales tax actually goes to their headquarters. If they were to have a shop here where you went into the showroom and it was point of sale here, then the sales tax would have to stay here.
Okay, but if I went into a showroom, looked at it, went back home, decided I wanted to get a Tesla and ordered online, there's no sales tax to the town.
That's correct.
Okay. This question is completely out of left field. We now have a specific plan in place. We have that specific plan in place pursuant to our general plan. We've gone through the specific plan. We've all lived with the processes of the specific plan. And at least in my experience going through it, it seems to me that as I listen to people, what they want is a defined thing that the town declares that this shall be it. So I have two questions on that. So if the town says this shall objectively be an electric car dealership, it's not housing, it's not anything, but it says this shall be an electric car dealership. And no developer wants to build an electric car dealership because they don't make any sense. Is the town vulnerable to some argument for taking if it gets very specific on what exactly shall be on a particular piece of property?
So I can give you the short answer or more complicated. It would depend on which property and how long they've owned that property and what their expectations were when they first owned it. So for example, it could be a down zoning for some, and for others it might not be. So it would really depend on that individual owner and the purchase. But certainly, yes, it's an issue that raises in my mind if you become very restrictive and are down zoning the potential viability of a property, it could be a taking.
Okay, so here, and then here's my really weird question. As people come in, most people that are involved with the town in land use planning are very familiar with the plan development process, where somebody comes in with a project and then it gets tweaked through the planning commission multiple times, then it gets tweaked at the town council multiple times, and then there's something that's what people perceive to be a compromise. That they could appeal it, they could not, but it sort of evolves as you go through it. Could the town at this point, and I know that the standard answer is yes, it's the council's document, you can do whatever you want, but that's not the answer I'm looking for. I'm looking for, could the council at this point decide, you know what, we want to be able to vet whatever comes through on this property, and so we'd rather make it be a plan development process, or we'd rather make it be a development agreement process. What are the possibilities with respect to those two options?
Well, I think those are both possibilities, as you stated. I think the challenge gets to be, even though we have the plan development process, which we're going through modification of currently, or trying to bring back to resurrect that effort, it gets to be challenging when you don't have parameters. So we still would have to set a base zone, which I'd assume in this case would be going back to the restricted highway commercial and that general plan designation for the remainder of the specific plan area. And then that doesn't have the same limiting factors that I think some of the speakers have talked about and even the council has talked about. And you either have to add additional information to the zoning code and or general plan, or you end up in a similar scenario, because frankly there's things in the specific plan that are more restrictive than the current zoning code, as was stated, I believe, by Ms. Quintana, specifically for open space. There's no requirement for open space in any other zone in the town. So those would be some of the trade-offs. I think it gets to be challenging when you've gone through such a process. I'm not sure you could just rescind the specific plan since we have a development that was approved under that specific plan, but I'm sure Ms. Pravetti and or Mr. Schultz have additional comments.
Well, I think it's correct. In some ways, our specific plan is somewhat of a plan development. It is providing that guidance to the developer when he first comes in. But there's nothing that says if any developer comes in, even under the specific plan, wouldn't want to or could enter into a development agreement with the town. There's nothing that prevents on any project that we have in town that development agreements can't be entered into.
Go ahead, Councilmember Jensen.
One final question. Does this, I guess this is for the attorney or whoever, again, knows the answer. We were talking about Housing Accountability Act, housing laws, new housing law, SB 50. One of its provisions is that if I come in as a developer with an application for a mixed-use development, two-thirds of the square footage of which is devoted to housing, then I'm entitled, essentially under streamlining, to have that approved under a ministerial process. Does that law trump a specific plan?
Yes. And that's why the concern is at this point in time, there's only 40, how many? Up to 45 units that are left. But certainly if someone could come in just with a 45 unit project, it's going to be that project would be reviewed under our objective standards of the specific plan and under the state laws. But that's all that's left is the 45. So if the council was to increase units, I think we have to be very careful of how we're going to do that and making sure then that we do those, making certain that there's the objective standards that we need.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jensen, do you have any motions you'd like to make out of that? Nope. Okay. Next, Councilmember Sayak, I saw your hand.
So a couple of ideas that just popped into my mind from Councilmember Jensen's creative thinking. The first one, with regard to SB 35, my understanding is because we were able to satisfy the low income, that to qualify under SB 35, at least 50% of what's remaining has to be affordable.
That's
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then I know we're still speculating, but with what's being proposed by Senator Wiener, does it matter if it's commercial and or residential within half a mile of a bus transit? I understand we still have to work with the 15-minute headways, but does what he's proposing of allowing a maximum of 4 feet, does that apply only if it's zoned residential?
I don't believe it applies only if it's zoned residential. What they're trying to do is encourage housing up to, I believe the current language is 4 to 8 stories within those specific transit corridors.
So regardless of the decisions we make with this specific plan, if that law were to go into place, we really can't control what is on Los Gatos Boulevard if the 15-minute transit changes. Okay.
Correct. And we're not anticipating that changing again. We'll take a look at the areas north in Campbell and then areas east in San Jose to see if any of those bus routes are 15-minute headways. I don't believe they are, but we'll double check that.
Thanks. And then my third question, with regard to the developer agreement, I know with Phase 1, one of the issues that triggered or hindered compromises along the way was the vesting tentative map and the deadlines associated with that. Is that applicable just to residential, or we have that deadline even if we were to move forward with commercial designations?
You have that with both. Any vesting tentative map, it doesn't differentiate between residential or commercial.
And that occurs the minute an application is filed, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That's all part of the Permitting Streamlining Act. Those can always be waived by the applicant, and a lot of times they are. And then in this case, we did get some concessions on a longer period of time.
And so when you mentioned the ability to move into a developer agreement,
one of the things that you would negotiate is that timeline. Yes.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Jensen.
Someone remind me how much total commercial retail space is left under our specific plan?
460, 360?
Yeah, it's about 367 if there is some hotel and or office component included.
Right, and we've currently in table 2.2-2, we have got office hotel at 250,000 square feet. So if we were to eliminate that number and just make it a total number, just say you're allowed whatever it is that we have left of commercial space, and then allow the developer to come in with whatever innovative configuration they want, by eliminating that $250,000, do we, I don't know, I'm thinking perhaps that allows for more innovation and creativity. I don't know. It doesn't increase the traffic.
No, not
calculation.
necessarily, but I think what you do is you end up taking those two uses, office and or hotel, and putting them in the general commercial category, so that that space is just could be spread across in any manner a developer came forward with up to that total. I mean, currently the lower bracket is limited to 400,000 square foot, whereas if you include office and hotel, it goes up to 435. So you would take 35,000 square feet essentially off the table for a project that did not have office or hotel. So it'd be 32,000 square feet if there was not an office or hotel component.
Okay, I'm trying to understand your answer, if I can follow up.
Another way of looking at it is by having a separate category of office and hotel, the council has essentially prioritized those uses by carving out specific square footage for those uses. So as written, you've essentially demonstrated the priority for those uses.
Okay, if I can follow up?
Please.
If someone were to come in with, I can't even imagine this, but let's say 150,000 square foot hotel and 50,000 square foot office, and that 50,000 square foot remaining, does that become generally available, or does that have to be used for hotel or office?
The 50 in that category as it currently stands would have to be used for hotel or office. I think the other important piece is that the 400 in the lower category and the 250 in the upper category, you can never attain that combination. So it'll always be a lower number than that total combination.
One last follow-up. I'm not trying to make the number higher. I'm just trying to eliminate categories in the interest of creativity. So if I eliminated the categories, I'd have 360 something?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Spector?
Thank you. I want to follow up because I want to make sure that I understand. I'm looking at your table 2, our table 2-2, and based on your last answer to Ms. Jensen, I didn't understand this table correctly. I saw this as having a total of max total of 435,000 square feet between office, hotel, and commercial. Am I understanding that incorrectly?
You are not. That's correct.
Okay, so that if I built a 250,000 square foot office hotel, I would subtract that from our 435,000.
That's correct.
So if I wanted to limit the commercial on the north end of the property, then I would be reducing the 435,000.
That is definitely an option, yes.
Okay, thank you. I do understand it.
Okay, any more on this subject? Well, I'll change the subject. I do have a motion I want to make. I'm going to try another motion, see if others will buy in. In the past, I have put a motion out to see if council members were willing to add the additional housing units, and it failed. Since then, I know we had some discussion where there was interest to tying additional housing units to the hotel as part of the hotel. As you know, in discussions, I think both with staff and with the developer, a hotel is not really the best economic option for a developer. It needs to be kind of subsidized by things that go with it. And I think the housing is a much higher economic value for a developer. So to help make sure that a hotel makes sense, I would make a motion to allow the extra 94 units that we currently allow 33. 94 would take us to the total 364 that are allowed by the EIR. So I would make a motion that we allow 94 units, more units, if they are part of a hotel. Would anybody like to second my motion? Councilmember Sack.
Before I need clarification from staff on how that would work. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
So if, whether it's 94, 4, or 5, or somewhere in between, would that be an exchange for a commercial area? Or would it just be an additional housing capacity in addition to the commercial capacity on the area?
It would be additional residential units that would not impact commercial capacity unless the commercial capacity was modified.
It all fits within the EIR is really what she's asking.
It does.
It's all okay. And then my second question, if I may. The mayor mentioned a comment about a conversation with the developer. Can staff elaborate a little bit of any conversations you may have had with the developer applicant since our last public hearing? Because I know there was 2 hearings ago, there was a discussion about potential ideas, potential mock-ups, and I know that that has been set aside, but do you know what the reason for that and what options are available to kind of visualize and model out what can be done with the current parameters of the specific plan?
The brief conversations I had with the potential developer were that they weren't going to provide that information at this time. So you could always continue to request that, but we're not going to be able to require them to do that.
Councilmember Spector, I'm still looking for a second. I haven't heard one yet.
I'm going to wait till you have a second or you don't have a second.
Okay. Vice Mayor Leonardis?
I have a question for you, Mayor. So you are proposing essentially a larger hotel, larger amount of rooms.
Correct. My thought is a hotel that's combined with residential where they would be sharing amenities and it's really part of the hotel.
So kind of like an extended stay, perhaps? Or they would just be units that are purchased separately from the hotel organization, and yet they are attached to the hotel in some manner?
That would be the idea, yes. They would be, I would expect there would to be a connection between, I don't know if a tower is the right idea. You have a hotel tower and then you have residential and they connect to the same amenities. For example, they're really part of the same hotel. You purchase, I don't want to limit it too much, but the idea is something like you purchase these units and as part of their association, you get to use the hotel amenities.
I'd like to keep an open mind to the idea, but I would like to get more information on it. I know we made a motion earlier about exchanging height for public spaces, and perhaps that could come into the discussion as well. So,
so you'd like me to modify my motion to ask staff to help define what that would look like?
I'm interested in seeing if anybody wants to give you a second. Or not.
I have lots of people prodding around the second. Councilmember Sack.
Okay, so because understanding this is language that's going to come back to us, I'm open to the idea of adding residential to the hotel. I agree with the idea and the statement that there has to be something to enhance the viability of the hotel. My concern, which is why I asked it, is does that then just increase the total building capacity, or if there's an ability to exchange more residential for less of something else? So I would second the motion if the language that comes back to us through staff is that ability to do trade-offs so that, one, what does it look like to traffic, and one, what does it look like to the overall viability of the hotel. So I'm looking for, I agree in concept with it, but I need to see what that actually looks like in terms of language. So if the mayor and staff feels that there could be draft language that could be forwarded back that we review, I would second the motion.
So I think just for clarity, and Mr. Paulson can correct me, but I believe the EIR has enough capacity that we wouldn't lose any of the flexibility on the commercial side by adding the residential to the hotel component. So I would just, I appreciate the overall concern about traffic and overall development capacity, but there's still quite a bit that can fit.
And so I think Councilmember Sack is also thinking about sort of total building volume. If we allowed more housing and they somehow were still able to fit 360,000 more square feet of commercial of some sort, that's more building volume. I think she's worried about the building volume. So she's asking a question, and I could add it to my motion for us to develop a trade-off of more building volume in residential in exchange for less building volume in commercial, and tie it to a hotel. Is that feasible? I don't see nods, really.
Well, I think it kind of goes back with your initial comment is trying to incentivize a hotel coming in. So it goes back to one of those incentives that you can provide to a hotel, is that you're able to provide so many units of residential units as part of a hotel complex to get you there. But we still have to work out a formula, which you don't want to come in as a 20-room hotel and a 94-unit residential component. So we'd have to do more work. But I don't know if the one question I would have, I don't know if staff has the ability, what that viability means to a developer, whether it helps or not. Then we might be able to get some anecdotal information. I do know they are going up. There's in Sacramento and San Francisco, I've seen them where they are doing that, and it's in the same building. But then again, it's probably because they're getting height exceptions, but they're providing 4 levels of residential units and maybe 4 units of, 4 levels of, loft apartments or condos, and then 4 levels of it. So it is being done. So there is that model out there, but I see it more as if you're trying to provide an incentive for a hotel to allow that to happen. But at the same token, if you're telling the hotel you're going to have to give up volume in your hotel rooms, then it won't be an incentive for them.
Yeah, so I don't think we would be changing volume from the hotel. We'd be changing volume from commercial that would be placed other places. What I'm really trying to do is give multiple options for what to put with a hotel to make it economically viable. You could have a lot more residents with it, or if we don't allow that, they're going to come back with they're going to max out the commercial in order to make the hotel economically viable. Commercial then starts to have more traffic than if it was housing. It may compete with downtown. So I would like to at least provide the option to go with the more housing route. This is really where I'm trying to go with this. And housing is less traffic than if there was maxed out commercial. So allowing the option, I don't want to make them go that way, but providing the option could be a better solution for Los Gatos, I think. So I'm still trying to get a motion.
And actually, I appreciate the use of volume. I think that was what I was trying to get at. So if you are in agreement of changing your motion so that it's volume for commercial in exchange of volume for increasing residential volume to decrease commercial volume, then I would second the motion.
I can go that with that motion. So now I have a second to my motion. Councilmember Spector.
Thank you. The number of units gives me pause. The fact that they're within the hotel, that sounds good. I had several concepts that I personally had if we were going to have more residential. And I don't know, since they are not expressly part of this motion, I may have to not support it. We'll see. I was looking at future residential on the North 40 or the north part of the North 40 to be limited in square footage. I was looking at something like 500 to 1,200 square feet. I was looking at the BMP mandate applying rather than being avoided. So my whole concept was, if we're going to have more housing on the north part of the North 40, I wanted to do it cautiously, and I wanted to address our needs in Los Gatos, which are for what we were trying to do the first time around for our senior citizens and our millennials. So since that's not part of the motion at the current time, I won't be able to support it.
Councilmember Jensen.
If I understand the motion as requesting information on how a possible incentive for additional units that are basically contained in a hotel, is that, as I understand the motion now? For information as to how that might look for a specific plan amendment to allow additional housing units contained within a hotel.
And trading it off for some commercial volume is part of the, what it would look like trading it off for some commercial volume also.
And again, this is informational only. They will come back with something that we can.
That will then have to approve or not.
Accept or reject.
Correct. At this point, I'm trying to find out if we have at least 3 people that think this, they might support this in the future.
So I will support the motion, understanding that I am getting information which may result in acceptance or rejection of what comes back.
Okay. Staff's nodding their head. Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. That was also my understanding at this point in time. It was just going back for the information just to see the viability of it.
So let me call the question at this time for this limited motion. All in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? No. Okay, so I have it passes 4-1 with Councilmember Spector opposed. I'm now ready for more comments or motions. Go ahead, Councilmember Sack.
I wanted to follow up on a comment that Mr. Ventura brought about the secondary access. How does one determine whether or not that's necessary? Is there a threshold, traffic threshold that determines when that second street is necessary?
I would defer to Mr. Morley whether or not that internal circulation element would need to be re-looked at.
Yeah, so our traffic engineering would look at the circulation based on the proposals that come forward on a project by project basis to see what we would need for circulation.
Please.
So then when that comes forward, I'm assuming that comes forward with either a designed and or an application. And so at that time, instead of saying that street is no longer necessary, that becomes open space. You can't really make that determination, can you? Or is it based more on the application and the feasibility of circulation inside?
Yeah, we would base the circulation on the need for the traffic flow and the assessment for safety and all of those considerations. We wouldn't prescribe the alternative use for the space.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Are we winding down? Are we ready to continue this item since we've obviously asked for 2 items? Mr. Schultz, do I need to ask for disclosures, or since it's obvious we're going to continue this, I don't need to?
No, you don't need to, and it's also a legislative action you're taking. It's your own specific plan, so there's no need for ex parte communications.
Okay. So when would staff like us to continue this to a date certain? The 20th is very full. Very
20th
soon.
is full. April 3rd. No, we'll need a little bit more time. We might be able to make it for the first meeting in May.
We can shoot for April 17th, and then if we're unable to gather all of the information, we may just request
us to continue at that meeting. Okay.
Correct.
So we're shooting for May 17th. Would somebody like to make a motion to continue? April 17th, Councilmember Jensen.
Move that we continue this to April 17th.
Do I have a second? Okay, I have a second from Councilmember Sack. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Wait, we have a comment. Councilmember Spector?
Question of staff. Where did we leave the idea of, we had testimony with regards to electric cars. We've had testimony over the months about Innovation Center. Has staff prepared to give us more information on that issue, or is that not being addressed?
It wasn't specifically a motion, but doesn't keep you from working on it. Would you like me to ask for a motion from council?
I think we got that direction, and we'll come back with some language relating to that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so I still have a motion to continue. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Seeing none, we will continue to April 17th, I think we said. At this point, I think it's appropriate to have a 5-minute restroom break. So we'll come back in about 5 minutes. Let's come back to order since I know everybody doesn't want to be here all night. So next up on our agenda is item number 7, which is a 1-cent sales tax. As soon as we finish our discussions in the back, I'll let staff start. Ooh, sounds quiet now. Go ahead, Mr. Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor and Town Council. The item before you was a discussion that staff initiated in October of last year at your Finance Committee. At that time in October, staff presented the committee with information about the historic nature of the town sales tax, presented information about kind of the remaining capacity and historic tabulation of sales tax in our county, and then also provided just a brief scenario of what sales tax in Los Gatos might look like in a recessionary environment. That conversation at the Finance Committee was then referred and recommended back to this council in November of last year. During council discussions in November, it was decided to refer it back to the Finance Committee to not only look at the staff recommendation of a general sales tax, but this council wanted the committee to also look at special tax. So in December of last year, staff did present additional information to your Finance Committee. That information centered around the types of sales tax ballots that have been in the county since around 2008. It also provided an additional timeline of if we were going to move forward administratively, what that would look like. And then in February of this year, staff again returned to your Finance Committee, and then during that meeting, they provided information that actually had sample ballot language for general tax, provided 3 samples. Also provided sample language for illustrative purposes of what special tax language could look like for a ballot measure. And then staff also provided more of the sensitivity analysis that they had in the original memo in October, only this time we expanded it to include a lot more information. That information was received well at the Finance Committee, as was the staff memo, but as the memo before you illustrates, there was no consensus emanating out of your Finance Committee in February. Instead, the entire item is just back before you as a town council. And based on previous council guidance, you'll notice in this memo, we tried to do a more robust job of capturing the dialogue that took place at your Finance Committee, especially in light of the fact there was no consensus recommendation coming out of there. I also have a brief synopsis of the presentation that was provided to your Finance Committee, and if you would entertain it, I can run through it fairly quickly.
Yeah, go ahead. It's going to be a justification why this is important, right?
Yeah, back in October, one of the reasons staff initiated the conversation at the Finance Committee is because we believe if we were to head into a recessionary environment, we're going to be fairly constrained in our options. And so one of the options that we could consider would be trying to find additional revenues for the town. In this case, staff started recommending sales tax as that option. And so this presentation, it's a condensed form of the one that went to the Finance Committee, but in a couple minutes, I can kind of give you a high-level look at what was discussed during that conversation at the Finance Committee.
Yeah, please. 2 of us have seen the long form, but the others haven't, and I'm sure we can use a warm-up, so please go through it.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
It's really short.
There we go. So one of the original things staff started looking at is, would we be in a prepared situation as an organization if we were to have another recession? Our economy functions in an expansion and contraction mode. That's something that no matter how much we try to innovate, we have not ever been able to innovate our way out of. Since World War II, the average economic expansion has been about 58 months, and as you can see, the current economic expansion is roughly over 100 months and counting. There's not really a credible economist in the nation that would not characterize where we currently are as being in the later stages of an economic expansion, and almost all credible economists are predicting that there will be some form of a recession in the next 5 years. So what I did and what staff did is we kind of looked at the 5-year forecast the way it was depicted in June of last year when the operating and CIP budgets were adopted by this council. And that 5-year forecast, as you can see, shows modest deficits, but it shows modest deficits taking into account modest growth projections. And so one of the things we wanted to do as staff is say, well, if we were to have a recessionary environment in the next 5 years, and if we didn't achieve the modest growth projections, but maybe had something a little less, what would that look like? And so the top part is the slide I just showed you, is the original 5-year forecast. And then the following section shows the original sales tax projection if we were to have a recession that was in the staff memo of October of last year. It then also says if we were to have, let's just say, flat growth in property tax and then starting to have continued growth. The 5-year projection currently calculates 3% growth. In this scenario, we just say flat for 2 years and then 3% growth. And then one of the larger expenses for the town is the pension obligations. And we said, well, what if in one of the 5 years we didn't achieve the assumed rate of return that CalPERS estimates we need to achieve? And then we put it all together, and you can see the takeaway is that even with just modest tweaks to our 5-year forecast, we start showing deficits in the 3 million range year after year sequentially. So the takeaway for staff is we're not adequately prepared for the next recession. So great, staff's job isn't to just come up with challenges, but it's to come up with solutions. So what can we do? We know there are factors out of our control. The timing of the economic cycle is not within our control, but we do believe we're probably in the later stages of an expansion. We have a high dependence on elastic revenues, which is out of our control, and the variability of our pension expense is out of our control. So what is within our control? Certain expenses are within our control and certain revenues. So the first thing we looked at was at the expenses, and what this chart illustrates is basically, we're a service provider organization and we provide those services through our staff and through our personnel. And you can see in 2001, to provide the level of service we were providing, we had roughly 180 staff members. And we did what most municipalities did is through the 2001 and 2007 recessions is we solved those recessions almost exclusively through the expense side. We took our organization down to what is currently somewhere in the low 140 range. And unlike some other municipalities in our area, we've maintained that lower structure of our organization. One of the things I wanted to look at along with staff was, were there any areas of the organization that were possibly spared during the 2001 and 2008 recessions? And as the top part of this graph illustrates, not really. Almost every department and division of our town organization was impacted in one way or another, in some cases entirely. One of our previous units was eliminated entirely. And then one of the other things I thought was interesting while we were doing this analysis is while there was almost a 20% reduction in the organization throughout almost every aspect of the organization, the information below is provided in our annual CAFRs, and you can see that we either maintained almost identical service levels in a lot of categories or actually increased service levels at this lower organizational structure. So what it means is we have a highly efficient, smaller organization than we had in 2001, but the takeaway for staff was that means we're not exactly in a good position if we think we're going to solve the next recession through cuts to expenses, because if we're going to maintain the service levels, which to date we've been able to do in the next recession, there isn't much room for cutting expenses. So that leaves revenues. We are highly dependent on 3 revenues. The 3 revenue sources here equate to 60% of town revenues. The first category and our highest revenue source is our property tax, but that is a highly regulated tax that we have no control over. The next area is the town's TOT. This council rightfully went ahead several years ago and actually increased the TOT from 10 to 12%. So the remaining revenue and our second highest revenue for the town is sales tax. And so from a staff perspective, that's why we started looking at sales tax as a possible way to position us better for the next recession. So when we talk about a sales tax and an 8-cent sales tax, what does that really mean? Because we want to make sure that we provide recommendations that wouldn't do anything to impair our merchants in town or do anything that might disrupt the buying behavior of our residents in town. And so, and 1/8 sales tax actually equates to $1.25 on a $1,000 purchase. And so, putting it in that context, and also being having access to information about over 3/4 of the households in our community, we don't think this would drastically change the buying habits of the majority of our residents. The next thing we wanted to look at is how do we compare to other communities? So we think our residents won't change their buying habits, but are we going to make ourselves uncompetitive compared to some of the other communities? And what this chart shows is that regionally, we're near the lower end of sales tax per capita, and so we don't think it would put us in a poor competitive position compared to some of our peers in the area. So one of the final points was the fact that if we are going to think about pursuing a sales tax, there is a limited amount of capacity left, and so time is of the essence. Currently in the state, you're allowed to have upwards of 9 1/4 in sales tax. The current rate is 9, so that means there's really only 1/4 of capacity left. You can see a lot of our different organizations in the region have not been shy about making sure that they secure sales tax for their mission. You'll notice on this chart, Los Gatos, like a lot of communities, has never pursued a sales tax specifically for our purposes, but many of the other agencies in our area have not been shy about making sure that they secure their missions with additional sales tax. So in the staff memo tonight, it really brings us to kind of our conclusions and next steps, which is as a council, we feel this evening, if you can determine, is there a 4/5 council support for either a general or a special tax? If there is 4/5 support for a general tax, staff would like you to provide direction on the type of sample ballot language you would like us to go back and work on and then bring back to this council and the Finance Committee. If there is 4/5 support for a special tax, provide staff with direction on which sample ballot language you would like us to pursue to bring back to the Finance Committee and this council. And if 4/5 support is not achieved for a sales tax measure this evening in 2018, provide direction if you'd like us to look at additional revenue sources, given our thesis that we don't think we're adequately prepared for the next recession.
Ready for questions?
We are, thank you.
Okay, let me kick off the first question, which kind of is a little bit of how bad is it really? The question really is, are your numbers including deficit for, capital spending we should be doing? So for example, we usually come up with money for our capital spending through surplus operations. Even before you started showing bad, things happening, our forecast was small negatives, which to me tells me we have no money coming in for discretionary capital projects. We would only have money from gas tax to fix roads, for example. So what I'm really getting at is when you start saying, well, okay, we're $3 million in deficit, we're really further than that because we have nothing to put into capital projects. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, and I will defer the question to our finance director, who I believe is behind me.
Hi, thank you. Steve Conway, Director of Finance. Yes, the mayor is correct. Those deficits, smaller deficits, and also the recessionary deficits do not include an amount that would be available or be needed for infrastructure. So if we had an infrastructure need of $2 million, that $3 million would turn into $5 million.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from council members? Vice Mayor Leonardis, I saw his hand first.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. In our staff report, it recommends 1/8% sales tax increase. However, it looks like we have 1/4% in capacity, being what the finance director just said, where a $3 million deficit really is technically a $5 million deficit. Why would we give up an opportunity to raise it 1/4%? And I know about the what is it, the Cal train electrification or something at the state level, but why wouldn't we raise it 1/4%, being that we're in such a dire position, and let them worry about their own money for their trains?
Thank you for the question. And I would just say staff doesn't want to give the impression that we feel we're in a dire position. What we're trying to do is be forward-thinking and be proactive. You have delegated to the town manager not just the operational functions of the town on a day-to-day basis, but also, you know, the forward-looking vision of the town. So we are not trying to portray a dire situation. What we're trying to do is create a little bit of sensitivity analysis around our projections to illustrate that small changes can result in big changes in the future, and we're just trying to address those now. With that said, staff thought, considering there was only a quarter left of capacity, and we do know that there were probably going to be competing measures, that for our purposes, you know, an eighth is about $800,000 a year, which is a pretty good amount considering the size of our general fund. And there are other elements that we could turn to if we thought we needed to in the future. 2020 would be another election cycle, plus there are other non-election type ways of trying to address other revenue measures. So we thought an incremental step of an eighth would not put us in competition with the state cap, which if you try to go above the state cap, if there are other competing measures, you then have to go to the state legislature and get somebody to support a bill to then raise that cap. The county has already done that in anticipation that they might bring measures that they know are going to exceed the cap, but we would then have to find somebody to shepherd that through the legislature for us. And so we thought, you know, an eighth at this point in time was sufficient, but it doesn't rule out that it could be a quarter if that was the will of the council.
Councilmember Sack, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I just wanted some information. In the staff report, page 5 at the bottom, when you were discussing the non-voting committee members, it mentions there's overhead associated with managing a special tax. So what's that overhead?
So I believe when committee member Tinsley was speaking, he was referring to most taxes, and especially a special tax, will set up an administrative body that will have oversight of how the funds are utilized, because special taxes need to get very specific in how the dollars are going to be spent. General sales tax is really a tax that would go into the general fund. In the ballot language, we can craft it in a way that makes it very understood by our community how we may intend to use the money, but we also need to be very specific with our community that in a general tax, these are just general fund monies that can be used for any purpose based on the will of a council at any given point. And so I believe Mr. Tinsley was just talking about the nuances of the tracking and the administrative expenses associated with special tax.
So I'll ask another question. You know, whichever tax we choose, the town, correct me if I'm right, is not able to do any marketing of the tax. So for example, a special tax, we have to get 67%. And most of the time, special taxes are passed by non-related, you know, other groups that can go out and promote and ask people to vote for it. We can only ask them to, we can only put something on the ballot, correct? We can't do any marketing of, you know, vote for this, we need it kind of thing. Is that correct?
That's correct, and if the town attorney would like to expand on that more.
You can until the time you actually pass the resolution, but once the resolution is passed, there's no more government funds that can be used for it. You can do, and you usually will find that where we would set up who would be doing the argument in favor of, so council members can work and staff can work on the argument in favor of, but no, like you said, media campaigning and no public funds can be used whatsoever.
Okay, thank you. Other questions from council members? Seeing none, I'm going to open the verbal communication. I don't have any cards. Does Ms. Lombardo have any cards? I don't see anybody rushing forward to talk to us on this, so I will close the public testimony and come back to council members for discussion, more questions, motions. Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rainey. It's a follow-up question to what Mr. Andrews said before about if we were to raise it 0.25%, and if the bill passed at the state level for their 1/8% for the trains, what would be the process? Would we have to duke it out with them? Would they just raise the ceiling on their own? Because as you said, there are other entities that will be in the same position. I think Campbell is already at their ceiling. And in other words, it's going to be a problem for a lot of people. So why wouldn't ours take precedence over theirs and vice versa?
I'll answer the question as best I can, but the legislative process, I'm not going to pretend I'm an expert on. My understanding is, even for an entity like Campbell, who's already achieved the cap, if they're not the entity that makes it go over, then they don't have to remedy it. In this case, if we have a ballot measure that during the same election cycle has other ballot measures that then put us over the cap, then we're one of the ones that created the overage, and therefore we have to seek a remedy. At the county level, because I believe they're putting their ducks in order because they know they're going to have several things coming, maybe not necessarily on the November ballot, but they're talking about other issues. They've already gone to provide a extension beyond the cap, but my understanding is that's just from the county perspective, not for an individual entity.
Okay, thoughts? Well, I'll start off with my thoughts on this. As I've said before, I don't think a special tax is going to easily pass, especially since somebody needs to promote it for you. Every time a special tax passed, like Measure B, you have, the Silicon Valley Leadership Group spending lots of money promoting it and getting lots of people to endorse it and so forth. And I don't see that we're going to have anybody helping us with that. So I've all along thought a general tax is the better way to go. We've said we need it. Our budget is kind of fungible, meaning we've got certainly pension liabilities ballooning. We have payments for pension liabilities that we're going to have to make to keep up with those. What's going to end up happening is we have to make those payments, and we're going to have to start reducing our service levels if we don't have more income. So I know some would prefer to have a special tax to target pensions because that's really one of our really big problems. You've given us scenarios where our problems develop even if the economy doesn't stay as strong as it is. So I'm a lot more in favor of a special tax. I would do wording that was, I'd like to see wording more, again, it's going to go in the general fund, but it's really going to be protecting service levels as the best we can, because that's really what we're looking at in the future, is having to reduce service levels in town. Is it going to be reducing police service levels? Is it going to be reducing library service levels? I mean, that's where we're headed in the future. Certainly as soon as we have a recession. Even without a recession, our ability to even do capital projects is drying up. So my thoughts so far. Councilmember Leonaris.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I've given this a lot of thought, and over time, my points of view have changed on this a little bit. About 18 months ago, we discussed raising our taxes versus allowing the money to go to the VTA in the November 2016 election. We kind of passed the opportunity to potentially make up to $4 million then per year. And now, I don't know if we've seen any money come from Measure B yet. Hopefully we will see some of that come forward. But at this juncture, being the way unfunded pension liabilities are going higher, and we've tried to address it at the Finance Committee level, which we've established the 115 trust, but I think we need to get really aggressive with paying that off. I'm very concerned that $800,000 isn't enough if we have the potential to get $1.6 million, double that, and direct that money directly into the unfunded pension liabilities. I think that would be the best approach financially for the town. I understand what you mentioned about future service levels potentially being in jeopardy, but I think we're going to be in worse jeopardy if we don't pay off the unfunded pension liabilities. I think if we can throw $1.6 million a year at that, we can probably save and I don't know if the finance director can help me with the math on this, but probably we'll get about a $500,000 or $600,000 return right off of that $1.6 million in the interest we save every single year. So I would be more inclined at this point, if we are going to push a tax measure forward, number one, go for the maximum. Number two, I understand the dynamics between general versus specific, but I would be leaning towards the specific because I think it's important to be honest with the people. I look at the state level and what they are not doing to address the unfunded pension liabilities, and they are more interested in taking another 0.1% from us for trains, and that's not, I guess, the worst idea in the world, but that doesn't really address our financial needs the way we should address them. I think we really should look at this more aggressively, and those are my thoughts for now. I'm interested in hearing what the other council members have to say.
Councilmember Sack.
A couple questions to staff and then some comments. I want to make sure I understand completely. So I understand the RM3 measure is coming to us in June, and that's the 1/8 9-county for transportation. And is that, have they already, the entity that's proposing it, have they raised the ceiling so that if we were to go above the cap, they've fixed that in whatever legislative fixes that they needed to do?
My understanding is the county went ahead and did it,
okay,
along with the 2 other counties who are part of that consortium, and they've already done it. Okay,
so if that occurs in June and we approve, let's say, Councilmember Leonardis' suggestion of going for a 4th, the fact that we did not go and do the legislative fix, we get stuck, and then what happens? It becomes null, our ability to put this on the ballot?
I would have to run that scenario through Muni Services, who is our sales tax advisor, because I can't answer the sequencing right now. I don't know. I do know that the county already went and cured the problem. The briefs I've read on what the county do describe it as if they've only cured their problem, and that individual entities would still need to seek a remedy if they end up in a situation where it ends up being higher than 9.25. But I'd have to consult with Muni Services along with the finance director to make sure we understood the sequencing if that scenario played out.
Okay, but it is your opinion, as well as our finance directors, that because we have not created a legislative cure for potentially going over the ceiling, that could be a potential problem later.
Everything I understand, speaking to Muni Services just in general about the cap and what are the consequences of the cap, currently that would be a problem.
Okay, which is why staff is recommending the 1/8. Huh?
That was the part of the thinking behind why we recommended an 1/8.
Okay, so I'll just share my comments. I understand the theory, the idealism behind the one having a specific tax. My concern is that why make it more difficult on ourselves? Given the presentation, given what we know about our long-term fiscal health, I'd like the ability to give us more flexibility to address our financial needs in the future, and to me that is through a general fund. Just looking at what's presented tonight, I like sample number 2, which is basically how we would use sample number 2 under the general sales tax measure, which is on page 3, to fund essential town services, which includes neighborhood police patrols, and the long-term financial stability, as well as repairing potholes. I think all of that is true with the intent that we have, at least my intent, in pushing this forward. And so I would be comfortable with the general tax, sales tax for sample number 2. I understand also the logistics of we need 4/5 of the council to move something forward. And so while I say what my preference is right now, I also want to be realistic in moving something forward that gives us the ability to question our voters whether this is something they want to do in November.
So would you like to make a motion and see how many votes we get?
Sure. So I move that we take the sample language on page 3, sample number 2 of the general sales tax measure, and move this forward.
I'll second. Comments? Councilmember Spector.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, for those people who read the staff report, my opinion on this issue was very well stated, so thank you. A number of the non-council member individuals on the Finance Committee had the opinion that we the town have the ability to get an 1/8 of a cent or 1/4 of a cent, and so we might as well take it before somebody else takes it. And the easier way to do it is with a general tax as opposed to a special tax. So in a nutshell, that is what they said, and you could see that in the staff report. And then people say things like, and we'll use it for, we use it for the police, or we'll use it for streets. The thing is that with a general tax, you don't say, you can't dictate what it's going to be used for. It's going to go into the general fund. And I think that councils in the future or staff in the future are going to do negative things or bad things with our monies? No, I don't. But what I do know is right now we have about a $59 million unfunded liability with our pensions and our health benefits. And we are paying those down at many $1 million a year. Those monies that we're taking to pay down those unfunded liabilities, and that's going to increase in the League of California Cities, say it's going to increase significantly in the future, those monies are being taken from our operating budgets. So to the extent that you're looking for monies to use for parks and streets and so forth, we're taking money away from those things to pay for our pensions and our unfunded liabilities generally. So that is the reason that I support it and the Finance Committee, and I support this evening. I will be opposing the motion because I feel as though if we're going to tax the people who live in our community, if we're going to increase the sales tax that they have to pay when they come into our town, or if we're going to increase the burden on our businesses, that I think we need to use that money for our greatest problem, our greatest expenditure, and that's our unfunded liabilities. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Okay, further comments? Councilmember Jensen.
I actually will support the motion. I've thought about this more, and I've gotten more information, and I have, if anyone's followed this, been opposed to putting something on the ballot, and just because I think that our sales tax is down, this council isn't doing anything for our downtown to help with our sales tax. On the other hand, we can't do anything if we don't have any money to help it out. And I agree with the reasoning of Councilmember Sayak with respect to the general tax, which is also a change in my thinking, because we can all say unfunded liabilities are bad and we need to do something, but there are other needs that we all have to balance, and that by telling the town that we need your support to make this town a better place, and we having the flexibility, and we talked about earlier this evening with the cut through traffic, let's have the flexibility for the town to be nimble to respond to various things. Well, it could be that the pension liabilities aren't the thing that we need to be responding to at any particular time. And if we assume that future councils are acting in good faith, as this council tries to do, then we have to assume that the staff is going to come forward and their decisions are going to be informed on how that money can get spent. So I would support a general tax measure of 1/8 of a percentage with ballot number 2 as proposed by Councilwoman Sayak.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
All, those opposed? No. So it passes 4-1. With Councilmember Spector opposed. And we're going to need to vote again on a resolution, and we're going to need 4 votes again when that resolution comes, and hopefully we'll still have 4 votes at that point.
That's correct. We'll bring back the ordinance language and the resolution and ballot language and all of that, and it would still need a 4/5 vote at that point.
Okay, thank you. So we'll close item number 7 and move on to item number 8, which is our high school neighborhood parking issue.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be giving a brief report. You did receive a desk item this evening, and I'll go through that as well. A couple of, actually it was our last meeting when we were talking about strategic priorities. The council asked us to bring back the March 2017 proposal for comprehensive parking permits in the area northeasterly of the high school. As documented in the staff report for this item, the council originally approved that program and then later rescinded it and made additional modifications, adding permit parking for certain streets, but not all streets. So this evening, we are returning for the remaining streets to see if you would like to add permit parking. This would be essentially year-round, and we've identified on some exhibits that were in your desk item a revised proposal. So if I could ask Shannon to put the revised proposal up on the screen, you'll see that we are proposing to extend permit parking on a portion of Johnson, Loma Alta, Stacia, Los Gatos Boulevard, Charles Wheeler, and then the northern segment of Bella Vista. So this is the proposal before you tonight. Of course, council could direct additional study, additional outreach. You did receive a fair amount of public commentary, and so if there is interest in doing something other than this, then staff would come back through our budget process with a cost estimate and in terms of how we would follow through with additional recommendations. So that concludes staff report. I do have staff from other departments who also have expertise in parking enforcement as well as the engineering side of all of this, and we're open to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for staff at this point? Councilmember Jensen.
Ms. Pavetti, we had among our correspondence was an email inquiring why Pleasant Street is not included on our map. Could you remind me and the council why it's not?
Yes, as I understand it, back when we were originally introducing permit parking to the east side of the high school, the majority of the Pleasant Street neighbors at that time voted not to implement permit parking. So that is why it's not part of this proposal either.
Any further questions? Seeing none at this time, I'll go ahead and open the public comment. First up, I have Bob Balcom.
Thank you, Council, for giving us this chance to respond. I'm Bob Balcom. I live at the top of Stacia Street, and I am, I guess, lucky that I do not live on the lower portion. I do not get the day-to-day crowding of parking that we get, or the number of students that congregate on the street. We do get it further up Stacia Street, and a big part of my concern is that with the parking that has been allowed on Stacia Street, the use of the southern entrance to Worcester Park has become a dumping ground for trash. It has become a drug and alcohol stop after school, during lunch, not so much before school. And I believe that not having parking on Stacia Street would mitigate much of that problem. I know, excuse me, I have neighbors that are not here tonight who have on many occasions called the police department to come up and please check. I have called the police department for large groups, 10, 12, mostly male, high school students, doing alcohol and drugs. And I think if we got rid of the parking, that they wouldn't see that as an avenue to go to right after school and use it. I guess that's it.
Thank you. Any questions?
Questions?
Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Balcom. Next up, I have Jane Peaty.
Hello, I'm Jane Petty.
Petty.
You couldn't have
Thank
known. I was interested in the Pleasant Street omission because every surrounding street is covered. So I reached out to Lieutenant Langer, who was wonderfully responsive. He tells me that perhaps almost 20 years ago that there was a survey of the street and the residents voted no. I moved to Pleasant Street in 1999, which is pretty close to 20 years ago. There are 10, not 11, as I emailed you, 10 homes on Pleasant Street. Of those 10, 6 are in new owners since I've lived there, not including my house. So 6 of the 10 have changed ownership since 1999. I think that we ought to include Pleasant Street, especially since outreach seems to be a part of the procedure that you have going. If my neighbors are not in agreement with me, I'm sure we could opt out at that point, but I would sure like to be included for consideration of restrictions. I do have one other question. In the staff report, it said that the expansion of the Whitney Avenue regulations, and then it said the Whitney Avenue regulations were for the academic year, and yet it looks like maybe the expansion is going to be for the full year round. I just needed some clarification on that too.
So we don't usually answer questions. We'll wait.
Okay.
Later, council members may ask those questions of staff for you, but at this point, we'll see if council member has questions for you, and I don't see any, so thank you. So next up is Diane Hunter.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Diane Hunter, and I also live on Pleasant Street. And I just came to this information today that we were omitted. I wasn't aware of it until today. And I just wanted to share that I do have people coming into our home throughout the week, and they often struggle to find parking anyway. But they, because of the high school, they park up in the places where it looks like it's going to be permit only. So my request would be to also, I found out that the survey was done a long time ago, and I would like to be included in that because I would be in favor of having some kind of restricted parking there so we could do permit parking so people who do come into our home would have a place to park. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the speaker? No, thank you, Ms. Hunter. Next up, I have Sid Rampey.
Hello, Council. I was here 2 weeks ago, and I brought this up, and I just want to bring it up again. The student parking is the students got to park somewhere. That's a problem. Stacia Street is not the street for them to park. It is unsafe right now. It is too narrow. Steve, you were talking about 2 weeks ago, one-way parking to do. We don't even have one-way. We have a no-way. If you're coming down, a car's coming up, 2 cars cannot pass. It's unsafe. The road's too narrow. The fire department said it was too narrow. An EMT truck can't get up to save lives. Now, the upper part of Stacia, town council at some time must have realized it's too narrow because on one side of the street there's no parking signs because it's too narrow. So the kids got to park somewhere, but it's a safety issue on Stacia. It's too narrow.
Okay, questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, Allison Raylo. You may have to correct me on this one.
Hi, I'm Allison Rilo.
Rilo.
And I live on Upper Loma Alta, and I'm opposed to the permit parking on Loma Alta. I have a lot of friends. My son is high school age, and we have a lot of friends that live in the town. I think it's unfair to a lot of the community to block them from accessing the school. And I think there needs to be some kind of balancing accommodation, either shuttling or some other parking solution. And I think we should support our kids. I don't think it's about how they behave, because I think they leave the campus, they can go wherever they want and do what they do. As a member of the Hillbrook community, I have seen, how our community has accepted the restrictions that we've had on us, and it changes. It takes time, but it works, and I think we can do that in Los Gatos and change the way that kids get to school.
Okay, any questions for this speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, next up is Christina Stolmuller. No umlaut, maybe it's Stolmuller?
Stolmuller, yeah, pretty close. So I also live on Upper Loma Alta, and I oppose the permit parking. For similar reasons, I just care about the kids as a whole. I have a son who's a junior in high school and a son who just graduated last year who's a freshman in college. And I feel that we're just slowly taking away our kids' access to get to school. My kids have always walked to school. We walked to Van Meter, they walked or biked to Fisher, they walked to the high school. But I think about all my friends on the surrounding areas that have to get their kids to school. I did a little drive today. This is just, I wasn't planning on speaking. This is my little map that I printed out just for my own visual. These, I believe, are areas that would be directly impacted if we put all the permit parking that you're requesting. This is another little map I drew. I highlighted areas in addition to what's already blocked off for the students. So now I believe these neighborhoods would be directly impacted just by driving through the town and looking about what is available. And I'm not even sure these neighbors know that this could happen to them. I think what Ms. Jensen had mentioned earlier when we were talking about the beach traffic, we may solve the problem for this area immediately, but we're just pushing it out a little bit more. And then I think about all the kids whose parents now will drive them because they can't park. What's that going to do to our congestion on our streets as well? So I'm here representing the kids getting to school.
Okay, thank you. Do we have questions for this speaker? I don't see any. Thank you very much. I'm out of cards. Shannon, do you have any more cards? She'll get her exercise going back and forth. Okay, so next up I have Noelle Masters.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for hearing my concerns. I live at 208 Johnson Avenue, so Lower Johnson. So we bought our house maybe about 9 years ago, and we've seen the evolution of the changes that have happened on the different streets and how it's been affected, and sort of with that kick the can down the road effect when the very bottom of Johnson was closed off, and then it moved everybody passed up to cross in front of our street. And we have a similar experience as Stacia. Ours now is everyone parks on both sides of the street, and it's a one-way street now from probably 7:30 to 3. And you know, I have a high schooler. He walks to school. I'm not opposed to anybody getting to school. I just think that there has to be other ways. There has to be I know it's not cool to ride your bike to school if you're a junior. I get the idea that you want to drive. I understand all those rites of passage, but just something has to be done, and I think this is an area of control that we do have, whereas we can't control the Bay Area that wants to go to Santa Cruz over 17. That's maybe a very difficult problem that we try to come up with ideas, but this I feel like we could have some input and actually make a difference on how kids either see different ways of getting to school, whether it be riding their bikes or taking different carpools. I mean, they do it for Google and everyone else. Why can we not have meeting points on the outer edges of town and then have them, you know, come in on vans or something? I don't know. And I know this all costs stuff, and it's costs money, and it's not convenient. But neither is, trying to back out of your driveway when you're blocked in and you can't see and you're afraid. I've almost hit kids on bikes just because I can't see when I'm even trying to get out of my driveway. So hopefully, if there is some restricted parking on that next lower part of Johnson up to Foster, I mean, there is a point to where I know it's not convenient for kids. They don't want to walk, whether it be, time constraints or whatever. There is a point to where it will stop, and then they will be able to maybe think of another way to get to school. So that's all I have to say.
Questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, so next up I have Angel Rampy.
Thank you, Council. I'm a little disappointed. I invited you all for breakfast, lunch, and tea, and nobody took my offer. There was a knock on the door the other day, but it was a Girl Scout, and she had her wagon. The reason I'm here is because the safety issue is a really big one. Not just the fact that on Statia, I live at the bottom of Statia, and every day I see, as the cars are parked on the side, people trying to maneuver up and down the street. And I think the last 2 weeks last 2 weeks ago, we had some members of Statia here also expressing the concern because of health issues that their family might have. So if we had an ambulance or fire truck that needed to go up there, it would be a real issue. I wanted to emphasize that point. But the other point is safety not only for the kids that live on Statia, but the kids that visit on Statia, because we are maneuvering around them. So Statia goes up and down, and so if we have if we have cars on each side and we're coming out, the other day I was coming out and there was a child actually on a skateboard going to school, and he almost hit me and I almost hit him. So it wasn't a safe situation. The other thing is, if you're up to next door, there's been conversations today about the bong that was cleared in front of somebody's garden on Statia. But it's not that issue. The issue is what we're asked to do that we don't feel is our job, okay? So if you look at the conversation that was in there, it says, if you're too intimidated, it's talking about this person who took a picture of a child's car, was nice enough not to take the license picture, but the stickers on the picture, and said to parents, if this is your child, just want you to know that they dumped the insides of their bong and they're going to school high. And this person said, but if you're not too intimidated, and many would be so, which we are intimidated. My house has been egged. To talk to these kids face-to-face in the morning, ask a neighbor or one of us to do so, and then we don't have to sit on your doorstep. We can pretend to be passengers by and give the plate number to Los Gatos police. They would be in big trouble. They would not be in big trouble, believe me. Los Gatos cops love Los Gatos residents and their kids. They'll only get a talking to by the cops and their parents. I don't feel this is our job to be now monitoring and talking to these kids, taking pictures, calling the police. So I think there's a whole bunch of issues here that needs to be addressed not only by the council, but horizontally, the police, parks.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if you have any questions. Any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, I'm out of cards unless Shannon's hoarding any over there. So at this point, I will close the public testimony and come back to council for more questions or discussion or motions. Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Since it's getting late, why wait? So every time we have this discussion, I feel empathy for the students as well as the residents. I really think that we should prioritize this situation by safety. It was mentioned Statia Street, and I know that Statia was a lot like Alpine, where my primary concern was that it was an unsafe situation trying to get down it. We received a number of letters today from folks that lived on Loma Alta who were in actual opposition to adopting this comprehensive program. And they had some just reasons, and that is to support the students, to support the parking of the students, to essentially support the education in our community. And Ms. Stolmeiler gave a good point. She said, you're just going to be pushing the problem further out. She brought a map of some other streets. I would envision if we adopted this plan as written in the staff report, then people would move over to Harding and Filmer and Vista Del Monte. They have to park somewhere. So we have a school system that doesn't yet have a school bus. We have a school system that took away the transit bus for the children that lived up in the Santa Cruz Mountains. And we have a school system that has, for whatever reason, if it was added housing or if it's just a unique period in time, Silicon Valley boom or whatever, a lot of students that are, and not enough parking places. And when it spills out into the neighborhoods, they have to, well, we tell them not to drive, we tell them to walk, but we have a lot of students where that's just not feasible. You know, they have instruments, they have sports equipments, they don't have any lockers, et cetera, et cetera. They live far away, they live in the hills and things. So idealistically, it would be nice if everybody could just flap their wings and fly to school, but they can't. So I'm trying to figure out how do we balance this situation where it's fair to everybody without just making everybody park at Lee High School, which is what I joke about because that's where it's going. We're just going to move the problem if we adopt what I see here this evening. However, I think Stacia Street in and of itself it's very urgent to do something with that. So I was going to just make a motion that we continue to explore other options besides what we see here tonight, but we do with Stacia Street what we did with Alpine Street, whatever the signs say on Alpine Street, put those on Stacia as soon as possible to cure what I consider to be a significant safety issue. And then we try to work for alternative solutions with the surrounding areas because, again, all we're going to be doing this evening is moving the problem. And I want to empathize again with, there's people on Loma Alta, both points of view, people on Johnson with both points of view, but I think we're just going to continue to move a problem instead of solve a problem. And I would like to focus on solving the problem for the long term.
Okay, so I have a motion. Would anybody like to second?
I'll second it.
I don't think you're eligible, sorry, but I will, actually I'll second it for you. And I agree. If we remember the history of this came out of the policy committee with the idea that we were going to try to move the students to use more of the parking on campus. I guess they don't like to fill it all up. And we want to try and change their behavior for more walking and biking and riding and carpooling and all that's great. But the town manager and I shared a smile because I've been telling her for weeks now that this plan, as Mr. Leonardis said, isn't going to work because, you know, we're trying to get students also to walk from Miles Avenue. So we said, let's make everything the same distance as Miles Avenue, not able to park in. The problem is Miles Avenue is visually not as enticing as going an extra quarter mile some other direction because you've got to cross the highway, you've got to walk up a hill. You know, in other words, if you're trying to force those behaviors, this isn't enough. We're just going to move. I have been saying they're going to move over to Harding and Fillmore next, and one speaker showed us some of the streets further up and around. So I agree we should explore this some more. The engineer in me would say, well, I want to try to solve the problem, and one idea that I think might solve the problem is to make one side of many of these streets permit parking and the other side available for students. Of course, we'd ask staff to figure out, well, if certain streets are too narrow, maybe you don't even do that. That would allow some parking for students on these streets, and so it would relieve. Many of the neighbors' complaints are there's no place for my contractor to park. Well, if half the street is available, there's a place to park. If half the street is available, it's not as tight. Those are complaints. We can't get around. It's too tight. So to me, that's a possible solution if we aren't going to try to continue down the let's force behavior changes at the high school. So I guess can go either way on it. If we really want to force behaviors, we got to do more than what we have here. Another thing I wanted to point out is in our attachment number 3, it has the half-mile walking distances. It shows the half-mile to get to miles, but if you notice, you can bend that line over to the unlimited parking lot underground back behind Williams-Sonoma is shorter than Miles Avenue. The lots that have unlimited parking along the back wall, I think lot 2 is about the same distance. So you could be approving this plan, you could be also making our employee parking issue in downtown worse. So again, I'm seconding his motion because I think this is not the end solution, whichever direction we go. I know that was a long one. I may have even beat Mr. Leonardis. So we have a motion and a second. Other comments? Councilmember Sack.
Okay, so first I want to comment that I appreciate the comments that both the mayor and vice mayor have said, in that what we're trying to do is we're trying to direct, I want to use the word direct versus force, but somehow nudge, direct parking, the drivers to park where the parking spaces are. And unless something has changed, my understanding is there are still parking spaces that remain in the high school parking lot that are not being used. So that's a parking space. My understanding is Miles Avenue is a parking lot that still has parking that can be used. I have walked that numerous times. It's 5 minutes. If I can do it in 5 minutes, someone half my age can do it in less. So maybe they're carrying a lot of equipment, so we're equal. But again, and it's not uphill, because if you take the bridge, it's actually a nice walk. What I'm grappling with is, how do we reach a compromise that gives the drivers, the student drivers, an ability to drive, understanding the difficulty in scheduling, and direct them to use the spaces that we want them to use, that doesn't necessarily adversely impact the neighborhood. And I understand that there are many options and compromises and solutions we can look at moving forward, but my understanding also is this is a comprehensive plan that allows staff to do outreach that each neighborhood can opt out of. So it's not an automatic ability tomorrow to say that every single street identified here is going to have a permit, but at least it moves us forward, because I feel like we're revisiting this constantly again and again with no solution in sight, and we're looking at it piecemeal, and it's almost becoming a battle of which neighborhood comes in to talk about the solutions and the problems, and we're just piecemealing the solution, and it's not, in my mind, getting us to a comprehensive solution that we should all be looking at for long-term parking issues for our high school. So I would not support the motion, and I would like for us to move this forward so that we can at least continue the conversations.
Okay, Councilmember Jensen.
So I agree in large part with Councilwoman Sayak, because I was on the policy committee when we discussed this and brought it forward back in March 2017, and I think I made the motion to bring it here tonight. In thinking about it more and more, and in the context of the cut-through traffic, I agree with Councilwoman Sayak that we do have a battle of neighborhoods. Well, that street got it, I want it, my street's terrible, my street is unsafe, the kids come here, they go there. And the fact is, the more I think about this, we have a network of streets in Los Gatos, and they are public streets, by and large. And a public street is funded by the taxpayers of Los Gatos. And the public street is available for those who wish to use the street to drive on or park on. There is no portion of a public street that is mine in front of my house. I can come park in front of your house. And so if we are trying to force behaviors, we've been unsuccessful. With Alpine, they just moved to Loma Alta. Loma Alta, they moved somewhere else. Whitney, they came in, said they moved to Stacia, wherever it is. If all the streets were available, public streets as they're supposed to be, then maybe it'll distribute. It's certainly an option to consider. And I was for the original comprehensive plan because it made sense to me, but we've been doing this again and again and again and again, and the current motion makes the mistake, I think, that we've made in the past, is singling out a particular street for special, as I said with the summer closure, it unfairly advantages one street and unfairly disadvantages another street, and the fact is they're all public streets. If the council wants to move forward with some kind of restriction on the half-mile radius, then I would encourage us to think about, well, should that be just a timing restriction? So, for example, I can park for 3 hours, I can park for 4 hours, whatever it might be. So service professionals, guests, whatever it might be, can come in and they can use that space for X amount of time and then they have to leave without making it a permit. And the reason that I started thinking about the permits a lot is that the cost of a permit in Los Gatos for an entire year is $42. The cost of a ticket for one time is $52. There's something in the economics of that that does not work. I should not be able to park for a year for $42 and somebody else pay $52 for parking for one time. So we need to think about our permit system, the prices for the permitting system, how many guests you get, or abandon it altogether. And I don't know that anyone has vested rights to permit parking, but I'm just going to suggest that as we look at, as we're trying to change behaviors with cars, and obviously the main player that we're leaving out of this discussion is the high school. And the other thing that we're leaving out is one woman stood up from Hillbrook. The reason that the council can do things with Hillbrook is because Hillbrook is a private school that has a conditional use permit that the town gets to put conditions on. Yes, it's true. The town cannot regulate. Cannot. We can only ask them to cooperate. We cannot regulate them. So, okay. But I'm saying that the contrast with Hillbrook is, for those of you out there listening, Hillbrook, we can actually put conditions on their parking. We can force carpooling. We can force shuttles. We can force traffic counts. We cannot force that on a public school. They are not within our jurisdiction. We cannot put conditions on their behavior. We can only ask them to contribute as a contributing member of the community. I hope that they will still come forward with ideas. If we are now surveying parents to see if they were willing to buy into a school bus system, that everyone on the council supports that concept. I hope that the parents will actually come through and we'll get something that we can consider. But meanwhile, I can't support the motion because it's, again, taking one street and putting a Band-Aid on it and leaving the comprehensive solution to the side. And it may be that the comprehensive solution is nothing at this point.
Okay. Only one person hasn't spoken. Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. I will follow up with those comments. And again, the reason why I picked out Stacia is strictly because of safety. Honestly, thinking of what Councilmember Jensen just said, it's not really taking one street and putting a Band-Aid on it or giving them any special privileges. That's not the intention. The intention is to not have a comprehensive one-size-fits-all, because what would happen is everyone will adopt it, and then what? And then the problem will just move. Everyone will probably say, yeah, I don't want to allow all these extra cars on my street from these hours every day. So, and then I also agree with what Mayor Rennie said about the possibility of the employee parking being competition for that. I do believe in the comments with what Councilmember Sayak said, where we do have to work better with the school and try to educate them about the available parking on Miles Avenue or even in their own parking lot, if that exists. We do have to have an open line of communication with them. But in the absence of having all those solutions here this evening, I just am hesitant to, well, that's why I made the motion, to go forward with this existing plan.
Councilmember Spector, we're kind of all over the place. I'm trying to figure out if there's going to be a motion here somewhere. I haven't heard any.
There is a motion.
I mean, if we're going to get one passed, or even if I want to vote for it, even though I seconded it.
The motion you seconded. Okay, well,
I don't have to vote for it if I second it, right?
No, it's a good thing this is the last agenda item. Earlier this evening, I talked about competing interests and how they're going to occur throughout all of our agenda items. Well, here it is again. We have, do students want to walk? Do students want to ride their bicycle? Does the high school have parking available? Yes. Do students want to park in the high school parking? No. Why? Because they want to be able to leave school more quickly. Do students want to park at Miles? No. Why? Because it's too far. Do people who live in the neighborhood want permit parking? Yes. Why? Because they don't want the students there. Do they not want the students there because it makes the streets too narrow? Sometimes. Do they not want the students there because they don't want the students there? Sometimes. So we have a lot of competing interest. I'm actually going to support the motion, not because I disagree with a need for a comprehensive plan, but because this specific motion does not deny us the ability to go forward with the specific plan. All-encompassing plan.
Okay. Councilmember Sack.
You know, regardless of which way the motion goes tonight, I think this again is just another area where we are having conversations without a significant partner in the room. And so I would just make the request of Mayor Rennie. I know that you have continuing conversations with the principal and superintendent, that this is just an ongoing discussion item that requires more discussion. And it's not a solution that we will solve tonight, but it's just something that the continuing dialogue needs to address. So if I could just make that request of I know it's on the agenda item, but again, just to reemphasize, this is something that one party cannot unilaterally solve.
Mm-hmm. And for the council's information, I did talk with the superintendent of the high school on Friday, so he had the benefit of the staff report and knew that this conversation was happening. He also mentioned that once construction is completed, there will be more on-site parking available to high school students. So I think this is something that we will need to continue to have conversation about. With respect to the motion, it's as I understand it, it's Statia only, and the motion is to give them exactly what Alpine has, to just do it, not have an opt-out process, just put up the signs, let them know that they can get their permits. And then I just want to confirm that the council's, as part of the motion, even though it wasn't stated, that we will discontinue the neighborhood parking plan process. That's kind of important because we've held that process in abeyance. And so it would be helpful to have direction on that. And secondly, we're happy to come back with a budget proposal for your consideration in May in terms of what a comprehensive solution might look like, including the option of removing it from all of the streets. But I think in order to do a good budget proposal for your consideration, we would appreciate any additional direction. I think we're kind of heading to the place where, given all the work on downtown and our neighborhoods, maybe it's time to just do a very comprehensive consultant study and see really where we are and where we can move the levers. So those are just some thoughts for your consideration, but clarification on the motion would definitely be appreciated. Thank you.
So let me make some comments, I guess. I know, like I said, I second it. I don't have to vote for it, and I'm considering not voting for it. And I think what's really bothering me is giving it to just one street. And because I know we've been lobbied by, I think it's Loma Alta, Jennifer Liebel, I think it is, and some others have lobbied us. And I can see it, I know she's not here tonight, but she's been here many times. And it's all of a sudden feels unfair that we're going to go give it to Stacia, but we didn't give it to this other street. What I really want is us to think more about this. That's why I supported the plan. But I'm really struggling with just giving it to Stacia because there's more of them here tonight. That's not fair because others have been here other nights. So I think I'm not going to support this particular motion. We still got another hour we can go round and round here. I'm going to look for a little bit better motion. Councilmember Vice Mayor Leonardis. No more questions from the audience. Sorry.
It's not a question. It's just a statement. It's
So,
not about what's fair. I'm not asking Stacia his safety reasons. This gentleman that lives up at the top, I live at the bottom.
So let's.
Can't be talking.
So I'm sorry, we can't take your inputs. We got them all before. So Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie. So again, for me, I've been on Stacia a lot, and it presents itself a significant safety problem where Loma Alta does not. One thing about, the comprehensive plan too, we may not always need all of these streets to be reserved at certain times. Case in point, there may be a time where nobody drives to school anymore. Maybe people will take self-driving cars or whatever. But once you restrict a street like Whitney, because there was some vocal people on the street, it becomes non-usable to everybody else during that time, non-usable to essentially the public during that time. And it puts further burden on streets like Loma Alta or Stacia. Now, when you put greater burden on a street like Stacia, it's a real problem. It's a safety problem. Loma Alta, it's full, but it's passable. There's no safety issue there. So emergency vehicles and postal trucks and everything else can get through. So it isn't just cherry picking a street and favoring them. For me, it was a well thought out process. And again, if we move forward with the comprehensive plan and we allow this to come forward and everybody adopts it, then what happens is you'll never be able to take it away. And I think that's not necessarily a good thing for real estate values either. Going down the road, there's been a lot of commentary on that. I really think, as the town manager said, we really need to look at this thing more comprehensively, more town-wide. What are we really trying to achieve? What are the real issues? Will we be getting more parking once the school construction is cured? There's a lot of other variables. So my biggest concern is, again, moving the problem further out. And Councilmember Spector said something interesting, which was there's a lot of kids who don't want to park in that school parking lot because it takes you an hour to get out of it. They only have one way in and one way out going down Pleasant Street. I don't even know if they let you out of, what is it, Chicago Avenue anymore. They don't even let you out of that way anymore. So the kids will park, so they can get out of there. They park for convenience. And they will, ride their skateboards another mile, and they'll still drive their cars to school because they have to. So I guess, there's greater issues to examine, and that's where my thinking comes from. I'm not trying to favor one street. I do agree with the parents that they are public streets, and it is disruptive to the learning environment as well. There's fairness on both sides of the issue, and because we don't have a bunch of high school students who are old enough to vote for us in this room tonight, who are voicing their opinion, it's you get a few vocal parents and a few letters, and I empathize with your cleaning people and your UPS guys and your gardeners and things, but I think there's ways around all those things too. You can schedule them not during school hours as well. So anyway, that's my diatribe for tonight.
So I'd like to ask staff a question, which I know they may not be able to answer, but, you know, one thing as council members we have to always be careful of is anecdotal evidence, anecdotal stories that may not really be scientifically correct. So Mr. Morley probably knows, I guess it's coming at him. Do we, has staff have any assessment of whether Stacia is any more unsafe than Loma Alta? I mean, I haven't gone out myself, so all I have is anecdotal stories. I have no scientific report to tell me if I'm being led astray.
So I'll answer your question a little indirectly, and maybe the police department would like to add to it on the safety side. We were discussing so if safety has become one of the major topics, and it seems to be recurring across streets, and maybe we should have a standard on safety, on what is the appropriate width of a street, a clear width of a street with parking, so that we can use that as a guide, so that we're treating everybody equally. And then that might not necessarily mean permit parking on the opposite on half of the street if we needed to restrict it, or on all of the street, but sort of a no parking type of an implementation. But we could bring all of that back to you for consideration at a future council meeting when we've had an opportunity to review the streets and the street widths and what the appropriate standard is for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sack.
I just wanted to share with the rest of the council, when the policy committee was looking at various alternatives to this parking plan, I know one of the things that we had discussed with the police department as well as PPW is trying to create what is the measure that we would look at for future neighborhoods that is looking for residential. We happen to focus on the high school given the large areas of concern that was shared with us. But one of the issues, and I'll look to Councilmember Jensen for her input also, was just strictly limiting it to safety based on what police and fire looked at, and having that be the measure for future neighborhood permit parking without any other input, and having it decided up front what that was going to be like. I throw that out there just again so that it removes the question of having one neighborhood come in versus another, and try to look at it more as an objective way to look at how parking should be done in the future.
Councilmember Jensen.
Two things, if I might. First is procedural. There's a motion on the table that's been seconded by the mayor, who's just indicated he's not going to vote for it, and I'm wondering whether the mayor would more properly withdraw his second, or if we're going to go forward with the motion.
That's a good, I guess I could easily do that. I know we had another interested voter, but we'll see if she wants to second it instead. So I can go ahead, I'll go ahead and withdraw my second, because I think I still want to explore beyond this solution, but I think we should either do all of this solution or none of this solution. It's not going to be fair to all those that have been going on. So either we do all this solution and we continue to work on the problem, or we do none of this solution and continue to work on the problem is my preferred motion. So I'm going to withdraw my second. Councilmember Jensen, so I guess we don't have a second at this point.
Okay, so I'm going to try a new motion.
Did anybody wish to second Mr. Leonardis's? Councilmember Spector.
Yeah, I'm going to second the motion again because of the safety issue and the fact that he encompassed his motion within that parameter. So,
okay,
I will second it.
Vice Mayor Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Rennie, and I do have a lot of respect with what Councilmember Sayak has mentioned in my motion about the safety for future evaluation. I really think that is the only fair way to go about this moving forward. Again, these are public streets. Everybody is aware of the street where they purchased their home, and they're aware of the high school in proximity to that street. and they are aware that at a certain time of the year the kids go to school, and they are aware of the parking problem at the high school, et cetera, et cetera. So with that said, nothing precludes us from doing an evaluation with the motion I made that Councilmember Spector seconded about evaluating the streets and the parking based on public safety, which I think is the key to look at in the future. It's really the only fair measure. We are up here to protect the public, the general welfare, and that's what we do with the public assets. So it would be nice to say, hey, nobody parks anywhere in town, but that's not what we do.
Okay, I'm going to call the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? No. And no, so that that motion fails 2-3. Councilmember Jensen.
I'd like to try another motion. The motion is that we continue any discussion of this matter, and I wouldn't want to for us to formally continue it to a particular date. Rather, I'd like to adopt Ms. Pravetti's suggestion that the town comes back with a proposal at our budget session, because this was identified as one of our priorities, the comprehensive parking. It just got moved up at our last meeting. And what I've heard are requests for an evaluation of safety for any kind of parking restriction. I've heard that we want to look at working hopefully more with the high school. I've heard that we're looking for different options for considering what levers, Ms. Pravetti phrased it, can be moved. And given that we're also considering downtown parking, I'd like staff to come back at that May budget session with ideas about how we may go forward with considering the ideas that were brought up tonight to include a possible use of a consultant and what that would cost.
Okay, so I have a motion. Would anybody like to second it? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Would we like to have further discussion? Okay, I'll go ahead and call the question. All in favor of this motion?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay, I guess it passed unanimously. And would anybody else like to say anything else or make any other motions? Seeing none, I think we're adjourned for the evening then.